Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. Having the grandchildren over was always a treasured time for us, as we were now in our mid-60s. The autumn of 2023 had been particularly beautiful, with the maple trees in our backyard painting themselves in brilliant reds and golds. I had built a fire pit several years ago, and it had become the heart of our family gatherings. The crackling flames seemed to draw stories from the depths of memory, like moths to light. On this particular October evening, the air carried that crisp bite that promised winter's approach. I was finishing up some yard work when I noticed a cluster of my grandchildren gathered around the fire pit, their voices hushed in that particular way children adopt when discussing forbidden topics. The flames cast dancing shadows across their faces, making their expressions seem almost ghostly in the flickering light. As I approached, carrying an armload of split oak, I caught fragments of their conversation. Words like creature and forest and real drifted on the night air. The oldest of them, Grace, was shaking her head emphatically, her long brown hair catching the firelight. "No, nothing like that is real," she declared with the certainty only a 13-year-old can muster. "I don't believe it." I set the wood down beside the fire and brushed the bark from my hands. The children looked up at me with a mixture of guilt and curiosity, as if they'd been caught discussing something they shouldn't. One of them, my youngest grandson, Tyler, looked directly at me with those wide blue eyes that reminded me so much of his grandmother. "Grandpa," he said, using the name they'd all adopted for me years ago, "are Wendigos real?" The question hit me like a physical blow. I felt my chest tighten, and for a moment, the warm fire seemed to offer no comfort against the sudden chill that seemed to emanate from somewhere deep inside my bones. The word itself seemed to hang in the air between us, heavy with implications I hadn't thought about in decades. "Now, where did you ever hear about that?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady and casual. But I could hear the slight tremor that crept in despite my efforts. Tyler shifted on his log seat, the wood creaking under his weight. "Kids at school were saying that their older brother saw them on YouTube and they're real. They said there are videos and everything." Grace rolled her eyes with the exaggerated drama of a teenager. "YouTube videos prove nothing, Tyler. Right, Grandpa?" She looked at me expectantly, clearly waiting for adult validation of her skepticism. I found myself hesitating, staring into the fire, as memories I'd kept buried for over 4 decades began to claw their way to the surface. The flames seemed to flicker in patterns that reminded me of another fire, in another time, in a place where the silence between the trees held secrets that could drive a person mad. "Well now," I said slowly, "there are lots of things we don't know about in this world, kids. Lots of things that might seem impossible until you experience them yourself." Just then, my son David walked up from the house, drawn by the sound of our conversation. He'd been helping his mother Helen clean up after dinner, but something in my tone must have carried across the yard. He knew me well enough to recognize when I was wrestling with something significant. "Maybe it's time you told your story, Dad," he said quietly, settling onto one of the stumps we'd arranged around the fire pit. "You've carried it long enough." The suggestion sent a jolt through me. I'd never told the complete story to anyone, not even Helen. Oh, she knew something had happened during that hunting trip back in 1981, when I was just 22 years old. I'd come home different, jumpier, with a haunted look that took months to fade. But the details, the things I'd seen and heard and smelled in those northern Arizona mountains, those I'd kept locked away in the darkest corners of my mind. David began gathering the other children who had been playing in the yard, and soon we had a proper circle formed around the fire. More wood was added, sending sparks spiraling up into the star-filled sky. Helen appeared at my shoulder, her warm hands settling on my shoulders in that way she'd done for 43 years of marriage. Her touch was reassuring, grounding me in the present moment. I looked around at the faces surrounding me, all turned toward me with that particular intensity children reserve for stories that might change how they see the world. The fire popped and hissed, and somewhere in the distance, a train whistle echoed across the valley, lonely and mournful. "All right," I said, taking a deep breath that seemed to draw in decades of suppressed memory along with the smoke-scented air. "But you need to understand something first. What I'm about to tell you, it changed me. Changed how I see the world, how I understand what's possible and what isn't. Some of you might not sleep well tonight after hearing this." Grace leaned forward, her skepticism wavering slightly. "It's just a story, right, Grandpa?" I met her eyes across the fire, and she must have seen something there that made her sit back against her mother's knees. "I wish it were, sweetheart. I truly wish it were." The story I was about to tell began in early December of 1981, when the world seemed both larger and smaller than it does today. There was no internet, no cell phones, no GPS devices to guide you if you got lost in the wilderness. When you went into the mountains in those days, you were truly on your own, dependent on your knowledge, your equipment, and your instincts. I was 22 then, fresh out of college and working my first real job at a lumber mill in Flagstaff. My father, your great-grandfather Vernon, had planned a hunting trip to the remote areas of northern Arizona, near the Colorado border. It was to be a 3-generation expedition: Vernon, his brother Charles, and myself. The kind of tradition that bound families together and passed knowledge from old to young. The preparations began weeks in advance. Charles had a beautiful 16-foot travel trailer that he pulled behind his massive Ford pickup truck, a beast of a vehicle with oversized tires and a winch mounted on the front bumper. We spent hours checking and rechecking our gear: rifles, ammunition, clothing, food supplies, medical kit, communications equipment, though that last item was limited to handheld radios with maybe a 5-mile range on a good day. The morning we left, December 8, 1981, dawned clear and cold. Frost covered everything in crystalline patterns that caught the early sunlight like scattered diamonds. I remember the way my breath steamed in the frigid air as we loaded the last of our supplies, the excitement of adventure mixing with the nervousness that always accompanied trips into truly remote country. The drive to our hunting area took most of the day. We followed increasingly primitive roads, from interstate highway to state routes to Forest Service roads to barely maintained tracks that challenged even Charles's 4-wheel drive truck. With each mile, the sense of civilization fell away behind us like a discarded coat. The landscape gradually transformed from the high desert plains around Flagstaff to the dense pine and aspen forests of the higher elevations. Snow began to appear, first in patches on the north-facing slopes, then covering everything in a blanket of white that muffled sound and transformed familiar shapes into alien forms. We reached our destination around 3:30 in the afternoon, just as the short December day began to fade toward evening. Charles had scouted this location the previous season, a natural clearing beside a small creek, surrounded by thick stands of ponderosa pine and Douglas fir. The trees created a natural windbreak while still allowing us access to water and providing clear sight lines in several directions. Setting up camp was a well-rehearsed routine. Charles positioned the trailer to take advantage of the natural shelter while I gathered firewood, and Vernon set up our outdoor kitchen area. By the time full darkness fell, we had a roaring fire going, and the smell of grilling elk steaks filled the cold air. That first evening was perfect in the way that only such moments can be. We sat around the fire telling stories and sharing the kind of easy conversation that comes when men who respect each other are removed from the distractions of everyday life. Vernon told stories about his father's hunting expeditions in the 1930s. Charles shared tales from his years as a Forest Service ranger. I mostly listened, absorbing the wisdom and experience being shared, feeling the deep satisfaction of being accepted as an equal in this fraternity of outdoorsmen. The stars that night seemed impossibly bright and close, unpolluted by city lights or atmospheric haze. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like a river of light, and the silence between our conversations was the kind of profound quiet that exists only in true wilderness. Occasionally we'd hear the distant call of an owl or the rustle of some small animal moving through the underbrush, But these sounds only emphasized the vast emptiness surrounding us. As the fire burned down to glowing coals, we made our plans for the next day's hunt. The area was known for its large elk herds, and Charles had spotted sign of a particularly impressive bull during his scouting trip. The strategy was simple but effective. Vernon would position himself at the mouth of a canyon that served as a natural funnel, while Charles and I would work the ridges on either side, hoping to spot game or drive it toward Vernon's position. I went to bed that night filled with anticipation. My Winchester .30-30 cleaned and loaded beside my sleeping bag, my hunting knife sharp and ready. In my pack, I carried not only the standard supplies, but also my grandfather's old Colt .45 semi-automatic, a weapon he'd carried in the Pacific during World War II. I'd practiced with it extensively and felt confident in my ability to use it if necessary, though I couldn't have imagined then how desperately I would come to need that confidence. The trailer was warm and comfortable, insulated against the bitter cold outside. Through the small windows, I could see the last embers of our fire, glowing like tiny stars, fallen to earth. The silence was so complete, it seemed to have physical weight, pressing down on the trailer and the clearing and the entire world beyond. I was awakened the next morning by Vernon's gentle but insistent nudge against my shoulder. "Time to get up, son," he said, in that quiet voice he used when he didn't want to wake the whole camp. Day's burning. The interior of the trailer was cold enough that I could see my breath, but the smell of fresh coffee was already beginning to fill the small space. Vernon had always been an early riser, and the coffee was one of his rituals that marked the beginning of any serious day. I could never drink it black the way he and Charles did. It was like liquid tar, strong enough to dissolve spoons. I always had to add some flavored creamer, which they tolerated with the patient amusement older men show for the weaknesses of youth. After a breakfast of eggs, bacon, and toast cooked on the camp stove, we began the process of gearing up for the hunt. The temperature outside was well below freezing, and every piece of equipment we touched seemed to leach the heat from our fingers. My breath formed clouds that lingered in the still air, and the snow crunched under our boots with the particular squeak that comes only with truly cold conditions. I loaded my Winchester with 6 rounds of 180-grain ammunition, powerful enough to drop an elk, cleanly at reasonable range. Another 8 rounds went into the sleeve attached to my rifle stock. The Colt .45 hung heavy on my hip, its weight both reassuring and somehow ominous. I'd carried it before on hunting trips, but something about this morning made its presence seem more significant. The plan was straightforward. Vernon would hike to the mouth of the canyon and position himself where he could cover the most likely exit route for any game we might encounter. Charles would take the eastern ridge, using his years of experience to read the signs and anticipate animal movement. I would work the western ridge, keeping pace with Charles but maintaining enough distance to avoid pushing the elk toward the wrong canyon. We separated at the edge of camp, each heading in a different direction. The snow was deep enough to muffle our footsteps, but not so deep as to make walking difficult. Under the dense canopy of pine and fir, much of the forest floor remained relatively clear, the thick branches above creating a natural roof that kept most of the snow from reaching the ground. I had been walking for perhaps an hour when I first noticed the smell. It was subtle at first, mixing with the clean scents of snow and pine that dominated the mountain air. But as I continued along the ridge, it became more pronounced. A wet, animal odor that reminded me of a dog that had been rolling in something unpleasant. My first thought was that it might be bear sign, which would have been unusual but not impossible for December in northern Arizona. The terrain along the ridge was challenging, with rocky outcroppings and thick stands of scrub oak that required careful navigation. I moved slowly, trying to balance the need for stealth with the practical necessity of covering ground. Every few minutes, I would stop to listen and scan the area below, looking for movement or any sign of the elk we were hunting. It was during one of these pauses that I first heard the sound. It came from somewhere below and to my left, down in the thick brush that filled the ravine between the ridges. At first it sounded like nothing more than wind moving through the branches, but there was a rhythm to it that seemed somehow deliberate. I unslung my rifle and waited, every sense alert. The sound came again, clearer this time, and I realized it wasn't wind at all. It was breathing, deep, labored breathing that seemed too loud and too slow to come from any animal I knew. The wet animal smell was stronger now, carried on the cold air like a physical presence. I stood frozen for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, trying to identify what I was hearing. Bear was still my best guess, but something about the rhythm and depth of the breathing didn't match my experience with the black bears common to the region. This sounded larger, more deliberate, somehow more aware. That's when the bushes began to move. It started as just a tremor in the vegetation, barely visible in my peripheral vision. But as I watched, the movement became more pronounced, as if something large was pushing through the undergrowth with purpose. The sound of breaking branches mixed with that labored breathing, creating a symphony of disturbance that seemed to fill the entire ravine. My training kicked in, and I brought the rifle to my shoulder, though I couldn't see anything clearly enough to take a shot. The movement was getting closer, and the smell was becoming almost overwhelming. Not just the wet animal odor now, but something else underneath it, something that reminded me of meat left too long in the sun. Then suddenly, everything went quiet. The breathing stopped. The movement in the bushes ceased. Even the normal sounds of the forest, the occasional bird call, the rustle of small animals, vanished as if someone had thrown a switch. The silence was so complete and so sudden that it seemed unnatural, oppressive in a way that made me want to fill it with noise. I waited, rifle ready, scanning the ravine for any sign of movement. Minutes passed. My hands began to ache from gripping the rifle so tightly, and I realized I'd been holding my breath. The cold air burned my lungs as I finally allowed myself to breathe normally. Just as I was beginning to think whatever it was had moved on, I heard Vernon's voice calling my name from somewhere in the distance. But something about it didn't sound right. The voice was coming from the wrong direction, not from the canyon mouth where he should have been positioned, but from behind me, from the direction I'd come. And there was something else wrong with it, something I couldn't quite identify. It sounded like Vernon, but also like someone doing an impression of Vernon, as if the words were being filtered through something that changed their quality. "Come over here," the voice called. "I need you here. Now." The tone was urgent, almost demanding, and that was wrong too. Vernon had never spoken to me that way, never used that kind of authoritative bark. It was the voice of command, but coming from someone who had never needed to command me. I found myself taking a step toward the sound before I stopped myself. Something was very wrong here, and every instinct I had was telling me not to respond to that call. "What do you want?" I shouted back toward the voice, my words echoing off the rocky walls of the ravine and disappearing into the thick forest beyond. Silence. The response I expected, Vernon's familiar laugh, or perhaps an explanation of why he'd left his position, never came. Instead, the forest seemed to absorb my words like a hungry thing, leaving behind a quiet so profound it felt hostile. I stood there for several minutes, rifle raised, scanning the tree line where I thought the voice had originated. The shadows between the pines seemed to shift and move, but I couldn't tell if it was actual movement or just the way the filtered sunlight played tricks on my eyes. The wet animal smell was stronger now, mixing with something else, something that made my stomach turn with its suggestion of decay and wrongness. When the voice came again, it was different, closer, and definitely not Vernon. "Come here now," it said, and this time there was no mistaking the anger in it. The barely contained rage that transformed familiar syllables into something threatening. The words seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, as if the forest itself was speaking. I took several steps backward, my boots crunching on the frozen ground. "Dad," I called out, hoping against hope that this was all some kind of misunderstanding, that Vernon had somehow gotten turned around and was calling for help in a way I didn't recognize. But even as I spoke, I knew it wasn't him. The thing calling to me might have his voice, or something like his voice, but it wasn't him. Vernon would never sound like that, never speak with that undertone of hunger and malice that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The smell hit me again, stronger this time, and I had to fight the urge to gag. It wasn't just the wet animal smell anymore, or even the suggestion of decay. This was the smell of death itself, of things that had been dead for a long time, and were somehow still moving, still hunting, still hungry. I heard movement in the brush again, but this time it was deliberate, purposeful. Something was coming toward me through the undergrowth, pushing aside branches and small trees with casual strength. I could hear the steady rhythm of its approach, unhurried but relentless, like a predator that knows its prey has nowhere to run. That's when I saw it. What emerged from the thicket defied every natural law I thought I understood. It stood nearly 9 feet tall, its body a grotesque parody of both human and animal forms. The head was the worst part, the skull of a massive elk, complete with a spread of antlers that must have measured 8 feet across, but where the eyes should have been were only dark, empty sockets that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The mouth was wrong in ways that hurt to look at. It could open far wider than any jaw should, revealing rows of teeth that belonged on a shark rather than any land animal. 2 enormous yellow fangs curved down from the upper jaw, stained with something dark that I didn't want to identify. The body was skeletal, covered in patches of rotting flesh and matted fur that hung in strips from the protruding bones. I could see through parts of its ribcage to the forest beyond, as if its torso was only partially solid. The arms were impossibly long, ending in hands tipped with black talons that looked sharp enough to slice through steel. But it was the legs that convinced me I was looking at something that shouldn't exist. They were the hind legs of an elk, but massive and wrong, ending in hooves that had been twisted into unnatural shapes. When it moved, those hooves struck the ground with the sound of hammer blows on stone. I raised my rifle and fired without conscious thought, the report echoing through the forest like thunder. The bullet struck center mass, and I watched pieces of bone and flesh explode outward from the impact. But the thing didn't fall. It didn't even stagger. It turned those empty eye sockets toward me and tilted its head as if curious about this new development. I fired again, then a third time, each shot hitting home, but having no visible effect beyond removing more chunks of already rotting flesh. Whatever this thing was, conventional weapons weren't going to stop it. It started moving toward me then, not running, but walking with a deliberate pace that was somehow more terrifying than a charge would have been. I turned to run, but the rocky terrain and thick undergrowth made speed impossible. My backpack caught on branches, and I could hear the thing behind me, its hooves striking the ground in a steady rhythm that never seemed to get closer or farther away. A sudden blow to my back sent me sprawling into a cluster of scrub oak. My rifle landed several feet away, and as I scrambled to reach it, I felt rather than saw the creature looming over me. The smell was overwhelming now, so strong it made my eyes water and my throat close up. I managed to get my hand on the rifle stock just as massive talons raked across my backpack, shredding the heavy canvas like tissue paper. I rolled away and came up with the weapon, but I'd already proven bullets were useless against this thing. That's when I remembered the Colt 45 on my hip. I was fumbling for the pistol when something large and heavy crashed into the creature from the side, sending both tumbling into the brush. The sound was incredible, like 2 freight trains colliding, mixed with roars and shrieks that seemed to come from some primordial nightmare. What had attacked the skull-headed creature was almost as impossible to believe as the creature itself. It stood over 8 feet tall and was covered in thick reddish-brown fur that caught the filtered sunlight like burnished copper. The build was unmistakably human in its basic structure, but enlarged and strengthened beyond anything that should have been possible. Massive shoulders, arms like tree trunks, hands that could palm a basketball like a golf ball. I realized I was looking at something that legends claimed didn't exist, something that countless witnesses had described and countless skeptics had dismissed. I was looking at what could only be called a Bigfoot, a Sasquatch, one of those creatures that lived in the spaces between belief and disbelief, and it was fighting for its life against the skull-headed thing that had been hunting me. The battle was brutal and brief. The Sasquatch grabbed the elk skull creature by its bony shoulders and drove it backward into a massive pine tree with enough force to shake snow from the upper branches. The skull thing tried to rake its talons across the Sasquatch's torso, but the thick fur and muscle seemed to turn aside the attack. I had my pistol out now, and I added my fire to the fight, emptying the magazine into the skull creature's torso and head. The heavy .45 slugs had more effect than the rifle bullets, staggering the thing and giving the Sasquatch the opening it needed. With a sound like a tree falling, the Sasquatch picked up the skull creature and literally threw it deeper into the forest. I heard the crash as it hit something solid, followed by a sound like breaking glass. Then, suddenly, the forest was quiet again. The Sasquatch turned to look at me, and for a moment we stared at each other across the space between species, between the known and unknown world. Its eyes were intelligent, aware, and somehow sad. It nodded once, a gesture so human it took my breath away, then turned and walked back into the forest, disappearing between the trees like smoke. I stood there for a long time, my empty pistol still in my hand, trying to process what I'd just witnessed. Had I really seen what I thought I'd seen? Or was this some kind of hypothermia-induced hallucination, my mind creating impossible scenarios to explain what was probably nothing more than an encounter with a confused bear? But the shredded backpack was real, the empty magazines were real, and somewhere deep in the forest, something was moving through the trees with footsteps too heavy to ignore. I ran through the forest, like a man pursued by his own shadow, leaping over fallen logs and crashing through undergrowth with complete disregard for stealth or safety. My only thought was to reach the canyon mouth where Vernon should be waiting, to find some kind of sanity in a world that had suddenly become unrecognizable. Branches whipped across my face, leaving stinging welts, and more than once I nearly lost my footing on the loose stones and hidden roots that littered the forest floor. Behind me I could hear nothing but the sound of my own labored breathing and the pounding of my heart, but I didn't dare slow down to listen more carefully. The terrain gradually began to look familiar as I approached the area where we'd planned to meet. The canyon opened up ahead of me, its walls catching and reflecting the pale December sunlight. I could see the clearing where we'd made camp the night before, the travel trailer looking impossibly small and vulnerable in the vast wilderness. I stumbled into the camp just as Vernon and Charles were returning from their positions. They looked up in surprise at my dramatic entrance, taking in my disheveled appearance and the obvious signs of panic written across my face. "Was that you shooting out there?" Vernon asked, his experienced hunter's eye already cataloging the details, my empty rifle, the shredded backpack, the way my hands were shaking as I tried to reload my pistol. I tried to explain what had happened, but the words came out in a jumbled rush that made little sense even to me. Skull-headed creature, impossibly tall, bullets passing through it like it was made of smoke. A Sasquatch appearing from nowhere to fight the thing that had been hunting me. The smell of death and decay that seemed to cling to my clothing even now. Vernon and Charles exchanged glances, and I saw something pass between them. Not mockery or disbelief, but a kind of cautious consideration that suggested this wasn't the first time they'd heard such a story. Charles walked over to examine my backpack, running his fingers along the parallel tears that looked exactly like claw marks. "These are real," he said quietly, his voice carrying the authority of someone who'd spent decades in the wilderness and knew the difference between normal predator sign and something else entirely. Vernon nodded slowly. "Something happened out there. Question is, what exactly?" I couldn't answer that. I wasn't sure I'd ever be able to answer that. The rational part of my mind was already working overtime, trying to construct explanations that would fit within the boundaries of the known world. Maybe it had been a bear, made to seem larger and more threatening by fear and adrenaline. Maybe the Sasquatch had been another hunter, someone wearing winter gear that distorted his appearance. Maybe the whole encounter had been a series of misunderstandings and misperceptions, amplified by isolation and stress. But the backpack told a different story. The claw marks were too precise, too deep, too perfectly spaced to have been made by any bear I'd ever heard of. And the smell, that awful combination of wet fur and rotting meat, still seemed to linger around me like an invisible cloud. That night, as we sat around the campfire, I found myself starting at every sound from the forest. The normal nighttime chorus of owls and small mammals seemed threatening now, each call potentially a signal or warning of something moving in the darkness beyond our ring of firelight. Vernon and Charles had insisted we maintain our normal routine, cooking dinner and sharing stories as if nothing had happened. But I could see the way they kept their rifles close at hand, and how they'd positioned themselves to have clear sight lines into the trees. They might not have believed everything I'd told them, but they weren't taking any chances. "You know," Charles said as we sat watching the flames dance, "there's been stories about this area for generations. The old-timers, the ones who logged these mountains back in the 30s and 40s, they had names for things that didn't fit into the normal world. Called them different things. Windwalkers, bone faces, the tall ones. Vernon nodded, stirring the fire with a long stick. My father used to say there were places in these mountains where the rules were different. Places where you might see things that couldn't exist anywhere else. I wanted to ask more questions, but exhaustion was creeping over me like a heavy blanket. The adrenaline that had sustained me through the day's terror was finally wearing off, leaving behind a bone-deep weariness that made my eyelids feel like lead weights. But despite my exhaustion, I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see those empty eye sockets staring at me, could smell that awful odor of decay and wrongness. When I did manage to doze, my dreams were filled with the sound of hooves on stone and the sight of impossibly long arms reaching through the darkness. I must have gotten some rest because I woke to the sound of Vernon moving around the trailer, starting the coffee and beginning the morning routine. Pale sunlight was filtering through the small windows, and the normal sounds of forest awakening helped to push back the shadows of the night before. But as I lay there in my sleeping bag, staring at the trailer's ceiling, I realized that something fundamental had changed. The world I'd known before yesterday, the world where impossible things stayed safely in the realm of stories and legends, was gone forever. In its place was a reality where the boundaries between the known and unknown were far more porous than I'd ever imagined. Against all logic and common sense, I found myself preparing to return to the site of the previous day's encounter. The rational part of my mind screamed warnings about the stupidity of such a decision, but there was something driving me forward that was stronger than rational thought. I needed to know if what I'd experienced was real. Vernon and Charles tried to talk me out of it, pointing out the obvious risks and the fact that we'd already established the area was dangerous. But there was something in their eyes that suggested they understood my need for answers, even if they couldn't support my method of seeking them. Instead of my rifle, I carried my 12-gauge shotgun loaded with heavy slugs that would have enough stopping power to drop a charging bear, or at least, I hoped they would be effective against whatever I might encounter. I also packed a large basket and filled my backpack with supplies, jerky, bread, fruit, and even some candy bars I'd brought along for late-night snacks. The hike back to the encounter site took me through terrain that looked different in the morning light. Trees that had seemed threatening in the filtered twilight of the previous day now appeared normal, even friendly. The snow sparkled in the sunlight, and the air was crisp and clean, carrying the healthy sense of pine and wood smoke from our distant camp. But as I approached the area where the encounter had taken place, the atmosphere began to change. The normal forest sounds, bird calls, the rustle of small animals, the whisper of wind through branches, gradually faded until I was walking through a bubble of unnatural silence. I found the site easily enough. The evidence of the previous day's violence was scattered across a wide area. Broken branches, torn undergrowth, and gouges in the earth that looked like they'd been made by something with claws the size of railroad spikes. In several places, the bark had been stripped from trees, revealing pale wood underneath that looked like exposed bone. But it was what I didn't find that was most significant. There was no blood, no scraps of fur or flesh, no physical evidence that any living creature had been injured in the battle I'd witnessed. It was as if the encounter had taken place in some parallel reality that intersected with our world just long enough to leave these minimal traces. I unpacked the supplies I'd brought and arranged them carefully in the basket, placing it on a flat boulder beside the small stream that ran through the area. The food looked absurdly domestic in this wild setting: store-bought bread and processed meat, fruits that had been grown in some distant orchard and shipped across the country to end up as an offering in a Colorado forest. As a finishing touch, I took off my New England Patriots baseball cap and placed it on top of the food. It was a gesture that felt both meaningful and ridiculous, a peace offering to something that might not even exist. "Thank you," I said aloud, the words seeming to echo strangely in the quiet air. I opened my arms wide in what I hoped was a universal gesture of gratitude and respect. I gathered my remaining gear and began walking back toward camp, but I'd gone no more than 30 yards when I heard the sound of something large moving through the trees behind me. I turned to look back and saw a massive pine tree, maybe 25 feet tall, swaying back and forth as if it were being shaken by hurricane-force winds. But there was no wind. The air was perfectly still. Something was using that tree as a way to communicate, or perhaps as a way to work off excess energy after the previous day's violence. I stood watching for several minutes, mesmerized by the sight of something so large and solid being manipulated like a reed in a storm. Curiosity overcame caution, and I found myself walking back toward the boulder where I'd left the offerings. The tree had stopped moving by the time I reached the site, but the basket was empty, except for one item that definitely hadn't been there when I'd arranged the food. It was a tooth. A fang, actually, yellowed with age and easily 6 inches long. One of the teeth I'd seen in the mouth of the skull-headed creature the day before. It lay in the center of the empty basket like a calling card, proof that what I'd experienced hadn't been a hallucination or a case of mistaken identity. I picked up the fang with shaking hands, surprised by its weight and the way it seemed to radiate a cold that had nothing to do with the December air. The surface was covered with tiny scratches and what looked like bite marks, as if it had been worried and chewed by something with teeth of its own. As I stood there holding this impossible artifact, I heard movement in the forest around me. Not the aggressive crashing that had marked the skull creature's approach, but the careful, deliberate footsteps of something that was trying not to be seen. I caught glimpses of reddish-brown fur between the trees, never quite enough to make out details, but sufficient to confirm that my benefactor was still in the area. I carefully wrapped the fang in a spare sock and placed it in my pack, then gathered my gear and began the long walk back to camp. This time, I didn't run. Whatever was watching me from the trees didn't feel threatening, and I had the sense that I was being escorted rather than stalked. The hike back gave me time to think about what had happened, and more importantly, what it meant. I'd entered the forest 2 days ago as a skeptic, someone who believed in the rational, explainable world of science and logic. I was leaving as something else entirely, a witness to mysteries that had no place in that rational world. But perhaps that was the point. Perhaps there were corners of the world where different rules applied, where the impossible was not only possible but necessary, places where ancient things continued to exist, hidden from the modern world but still playing out their eternal dramas of survival and conflict. Vernon and Charles were waiting for me when I reached camp, their faces showing the relief of men who hadn't been entirely certain they'd see me again. I told them what I'd found, showing them the fang as proof that the previous day's events had been more than hallucination or misidentification. Charles examined the tooth with the professional interest of someone who'd spent years studying wildlife, but eventually he just shook his head. "I've never seen anything like it," he admitted. "It's not from any animal I know, but it's definitely real." Vernon was more philosophical. "Maybe some things aren't meant to be explained," he said, handing the fang back to me. "Maybe they're just meant to be experienced and remembered." The remainder of our hunting trip passed without incident, but the atmosphere had changed irrevocably. We went through the motions of our planned activities, checking equipment, scouting for sign, maintaining our camp, but there was an undercurrent of tension that hadn't been there before. We all found ourselves listening more carefully to the sounds of the forest, watching the tree line with more attention than any normal hunting trip would warrant. On our final night, as we sat around the campfire preparing for the long drive home, Charles shared a story I'd never heard before. Years earlier, when he was still working as a forest ranger, he'd encountered a family of campers who'd fled their campsite in the middle of the night, leaving behind thousands of dollars worth of equipment. They'd claimed something had circled their camp for hours, just outside the range of their flashlights, making sounds that were almost human, but not quite. "I went up there the next morning to investigate," Charles said, poking at the fire with a long stick. "Found their camp exactly like they'd left it. But there were tracks around the perimeter. Big tracks. Bigger than any bear I'd ever seen. And shaped wrong. More like a man's foot, but stretched out and deepened. Like whatever made them was carrying a lot more weight than any man should." Vernon nodded slowly. "There's been stories about these mountains for as long as people have been living here. The Navajo and Hopi tribes, they had names for things that lived in the high country. Most of the old-timers, the ones who logged and mined up here in the early days, they knew to stay away from certain areas." I asked why they'd never shared these stories before, and Vernon's answer was simple. "Because most people aren't ready to hear them. and most people who do hear them aren't ready to believe them. The drive home the next morning was long and largely silent. Each mile of paved road we put between ourselves and the mountains seemed to return us to the ordinary world, the place where impossible things stayed safely in the realm of fiction and folklore. But I carried the fang with me, wrapped in that sock and tucked deep in my pack. Physical proof that some impossible things were more real than the ordinary world wanted to admit. In the weeks that followed, I found myself changed in ways that were difficult to articulate. I was jumpier, more aware of shadows and unexpected sounds. I found myself reading everything I could find about cryptozoology, unexplained phenomena, and the kinds of encounters that most people dismissed as hoaxes or misidentifications. But more than that, I found myself looking at the world differently. The boundaries between the known and unknown, between the possible and impossible, no longer seemed as clear-cut as they once had. There were places, I realized, where different rules applied. Places where ancient things continued to exist, hidden from the modern world, but still real, still dangerous, still part of the larger mystery of existence. Helen noticed the change, of course. She'd known me long enough to recognize when something fundamental had shifted in my worldview. I told her parts of the story, the hunting trip, the encounter with what might have been a bear, the way the forest had seemed different and threatening. But I kept the deeper details to myself, along with the fang that I'd hidden away in a small box in the back of our bedroom closet. Some secrets are too big to share, even with the people you love most. Some experiences are so far outside the normal range of human understanding that they can only be carried alone, like a burden that can't be set down or passed to another person. Over the years, I found myself following stories about similar encounters, newspaper reports of strange sightings, usually buried in the back pages and treated as curiosities rather than serious news. Television documentaries that promised to reveal the truth about creatures like Bigfoot and the Wendigo, though they never seemed to get closer to the real truth than sensationalized speculation. I began to understand that there was a whole community of people who'd had experiences like mine, witnesses to things that shouldn't exist, carriers of stories that couldn't be told in polite company. We recognized each other sometimes in the way we'd pause when certain topics came up in conversation, or the way we'd study tree lines and shadows with more attention than seemed warranted. But for the most part, we kept our secrets. We carried our impossible memories in silence, adding them to the vast collection of human experiences that exist outside the boundaries of what society is willing to acknowledge or accept. And now, 42 years later, I found myself faced with the decision of whether to pass that burden on to a new generation. My grandchildren sat around the fire, their faces reflecting the same mixture of fascination and skepticism that I'd probably worn at their age when listening to my own grandfather's stories about the old days. The flames danced and flickered, casting shifting shadows across their faces and making them look alternately older and younger than their years. Grace, my oldest grandchild, was trying to maintain her teenage skepticism, but I could see the uncertainty creeping into her expression. Tyler, still young enough to believe in monsters under the bed, was hanging on every word with the intensity of someone whose worldview was being fundamentally challenged. The other children, Emma, Brandon, little Chloe, sat in various stages of belief and disbelief, their young minds wrestling with the implications of what I was telling them. Behind me, I could feel Helen's hands tightening on my shoulders, her touch conveying both support and concern for the choice I was making. So, yes, I concluded, my voice carrying across the firelit circle. I do believe that Wendigos exist, and I know that Sasquatch exists. I've seen them both, been helped by one and hunted by the other. I've got a tooth that shouldn't exist hidden away in our bedroom, proof of an encounter that most people would say was impossible. Grace leaned forward, her skepticism wavering. Can we see it? The tooth, I mean? I considered the question carefully. The fang had remained hidden for over 4 decades, seen only by Helen and myself. Bringing it out now would cross a line, would make this story something more than just words around a campfire. It would make it real in a way that couldn't be taken back. Maybe someday, I said finally. When you're older, when you've had time to think about what I've told you and decide what you believe." Tyler spoke up, his young voice serious in the way children's voices become when they're grappling with adult concepts. "Were you scared, Grandpa?" "Terrified," I admitted without hesitation. "More scared than I'd ever been before or have been since. There's something about encountering the impossible that strips away all your assumptions about how the world works. It leaves you naked and vulnerable in a way that's hard to describe." "But you went back," Emma pointed out. "You went back to leave food for the thing that saved you." I nodded. "Sometimes the right thing to do is also the scary thing to do. That Sasquatch didn't have to help me. It could have let that other creature finish what it started. But it chose to intervene, to put itself at risk to save someone from another species entirely. That kind of sacrifice deserves recognition, even if it's never acknowledged." David leaned forward from his position at the edge of the circle. "What do you think it means, Dad? The fact that these things exist, that they're still out there?" It was a question I'd been asking myself for 42 years, and I still didn't have a complete answer. "I think it means the world is bigger and stranger than we usually allow ourselves to believe. I think it means there are still mysteries out there, still places where the impossible is possible. Maybe that's important. Maybe we need to know that not everything can be explained or cataloged or reduced to data points." Helen's hand squeezed my shoulders, and I could hear the smile in her voice when she spoke. "And maybe someone out there is going to capture footage of that Sasquatch someday, and he might just be wearing a Patriot's hat." The laughter that followed was gentle, affectionate, the kind of laughter that comes when a family shares a story that becomes part of their collective mythology. Whether they believed every detail or not, whether they thought I'd encountered genuine cryptids or simply misidentified known animals in a moment of stress and fear, the story had become part of who we were as a family. As the fire burned down and the evening began to wind toward bedtime, I found myself watching each of their faces, wondering how this story would affect them in the years to come. Would they find themselves looking at forests differently? Would they be more open to possibilities that existed outside the boundaries of conventional wisdom? Or would they file this away as just another family story, like the tales of great-grandfather's adventures in the war or great-grandmother's recipes that had been passed down through generations? Time would tell. The stars were brilliant overhead, unpolluted by city lights and seeming close enough to touch. In the distance, a train whistle echoed across the valley, lonely and somehow comforting in its familiarity. The ordinary world was all around us, solid and reliable and governed by rules that made sense. But out there, in the places where humans rarely ventured, in the deep forests and remote mountains and forgotten corners of the wilderness, other rules might apply. Other possibilities might exist. Other stories might be waiting to be discovered by those brave enough or foolish enough to go looking for them. I reached into my shirt pocket and pulled out a small object wrapped in tissue paper, the fang yellowed with age and carrying the weight of 42 years of secrets. I held it up so the firelight caught its surface, showing the scratches and bite marks that told their own story of ancient conflicts and impossible encounters. "This is real," I said quietly, letting each of them see it before wrapping it up again and returning it to my pocket. "Whatever else you choose to believe about what I've told you tonight, this is real. The world is stranger than you know, and more wonderful than you can imagine." As we gathered up our chairs and began the process of banking the fire for the night, I caught sight of Grace watching me with new eyes. The certainty of teenage skepticism had been replaced by something more complex. Not belief, exactly, but an openness to possibilities she hadn't considered before. And perhaps that was enough. Perhaps that was all any storyteller could hope for. Not to convince, but to open minds to the possibility that the impossible might be possible after all. The fire settled into glowing coals, and somewhere in the distance, an owl called out across the darkened valley. Tomorrow, we would all return to our ordinary lives, governed by ordinary rules and ordinary expectations. But tonight, for just a few hours, we had touched something larger and stranger than ourselves. We had shared a story that bridged the gap between the known and unknown, between the safe world of everyday experience and the dangerous realm of mystery and wonder. And in the telling of that story, we had become part of something larger, the ancient human tradition of passing on the impossible, the unexplained, the terrifying and wonderful truth that the world is far stranger than we usually dare to admit. The children would grow up carrying this story with them, and someday, when they were grandparents themselves, they might find themselves sitting around another fire, looking into young faces filled with curiosity and wonder, trying to decide whether to share the burden of impossible knowledge with another generation. And perhaps that's how these stories survive, not because they can be proven or disproven, but because they represent something essential about the human experience. Our need to believe that mystery and wonder still exist in a world that often seems to have explained everything away. The fire was dying now, the last flames flickering and dancing in the cool night air. But the story would continue, passed from generation to generation, carrying with it the weight of experience and the promise that somewhere out there, in the forgotten places of the world, impossible things were still possible. And someday, someone might capture footage of a creature that shouldn't exist, moving through the forest with intelligence and purpose, wearing a small piece of human civilization on its massive head, a token of respect and gratitude, a bridge between worlds that logic says should never touch. The stars wheeled overhead, ancient and eternal, witnesses to all the stories that had ever been told and all the mysteries that remained unsolved. And in their light, anything seemed possible. "9 years ago, when I was 15, my family packed up our entire life and moved from the suburbs to a small mountain town in northwest North Carolina. The transition felt like stepping into a different world entirely. Our new house sat on 3 acres of partially cleared land, surrounded by towering pines and ancient oaks that seemed to whisper secrets in the wind. The nearest neighbor was a quarter-mile away, and the closest grocery store required a 20-minute drive down winding mountain roads. My parents, David and Susan, had grown tired of city life and wanted to give my younger brother Tommy and me a taste of rural living. Tommy was 11 at the time, still young enough to find adventure in catching fireflies and building forts, but old enough to understand that this move meant leaving behind friends and familiar places. For me, the isolation felt like freedom. No more crowded hallways at school, no more traffic noise at night, just the endless expanse of wilderness right outside our back door. The house itself was a modest 2-story structure with a wraparound porch that offered panoramic views of the Blue Ridge Mountains. What captivated me most was how the forest seemed to press against our property line, as if nature was reclaiming its territory 1 inch at a time. Deer would graze in our backyard during dawn and dusk, and the calls of barred owls echoed through the darkness each night. Within our first week, we met Dan Carpenter, our nearest neighbor who lived down a gravel road that disappeared into the woods across from our driveway. Dan was a weathered man in his 60s with calloused hands and knowing eyes who had lived on his property for over 30 years. He owned nearly 200 acres of mixed hardwood and pine forest, land that had been in his family for generations. When he learned about my interest in hiking and the outdoors, he graciously offered to let me explore his property. "Just respect the land," he told me one evening as we stood on his front porch, watching the sun set behind the tree line. "These mountains have been here long before us, and they'll be here long after we're gone. Treat them right, and they'll show you things most folks never get to see." The weight of his words settled over me like a promise. I had no idea how prophetic they would prove to be, or how the mountains would indeed show me something that would haunt my dreams for years to come. That first Saturday morning in October arrived crisp and clear, with frost coating the grass and our breath visible in the cool mountain air. The leaves had begun their spectacular transformation, painting the mountainsides in brilliant shades of amber, crimson, and gold. It was the kind of morning that demanded exploration, and I was determined to venture deeper into Dan's property than I had gone before. Convincing Tommy to join me took considerable effort. He preferred his video games and comic books to trudging through underbrush and climbing over fallen logs. But something in my enthusiasm must have been contagious, because he eventually agreed, though not without extracting promises that we wouldn't stay out too long and that I would let him choose what we watched on television that evening. I packed my day pack with water bottles, granola bars, and my father's old binoculars. The weight of them around my neck felt reassuring, like carrying a piece of adult responsibility into the wilderness. I also grabbed my bright orange hunting cap, a precaution our father had drilled into us since hunting season had recently begun. The mountains during hunting season could be dangerous for anyone not wearing proper visibility gear. Tommy bundled himself in a thick fleece jacket and complained about the early hour, but I could see excitement building in his eyes as we walked down Dan's long gravel driveway. The stones crunched beneath our hiking boots, and the sound seemed amplified in the morning stillness. Dan was outside splitting wood when we arrived, his axe striking the logs with rhythmic precision that spoke of decades of practice. "You boys be careful out there," he called to us, pausing in his work to wipe sweat from his forehead despite the cool temperature. "Stay on the marked trails if you can, and if you see any hunters, make sure they see that orange hat of yours." We thanked him and set off toward the tree line, where a well-worn path disappeared into the shadows of the forest. The trees seemed to swallow us whole once we left the clearing around Dan's house. Massive trunks rose like pillars supporting a living cathedral, their branches forming a canopy so thick that only scattered beams of sunlight reached the forest floor. The path we followed was clearly maintained, probably used by Dan for accessing different parts of his property. But after about half a mile, we noticed a smaller, less obvious trail branching off to our left. This secondary path was narrow and partially overgrown, as if it hadn't been used regularly in some time. Something about its mysterious nature drew me like a magnet. "Come on," I told Tommy, adjusting the strap of my binoculars. "Let's see where this goes." Tommy hesitated, studying the dim pathway that wound between closely spaced pine trees. "Are you sure we should?" Dan said to stay on the marked trails. But my 15-year-old sense of adventure had already made the decision. I was already stepping onto the narrow path, pushing aside low-hanging branches and feeling the soft pine needles compress beneath my feet. Tommy, reluctant to be left alone, followed close behind. The unmarked trail proved more challenging than the main path we had abandoned. Fallen logs blocked our way at regular intervals, forcing us to climb over or crawl under obstacles that scratched at our jackets and caught on our pants. The forest grew denser as we progressed, with thick stands of pine trees creating a tunnel-like effect that seemed to muffle all sound except our own breathing and footsteps. 20 minutes into this detour, the character of the woods began to change. The well-maintained forest of Dan's property gave way to something wilder and more untamed. Underbrush grew thicker, and I noticed more dead trees standing like gray skeletons among the living ones. The very air felt different here, heavier somehow, with an underlying mustiness that suggested places where sunlight rarely penetrated. It was Tommy who first spotted the deer stand. "Look up there," he whispered, pointing toward a large oak tree about 50 yards ahead. The structure was clearly handmade, constructed from rough lumber and camouflaged with military surplus netting that had faded to a dull green-brown. It sat approximately 20 feet above the ground, accessible by wooden boards nailed directly into the tree trunk as a makeshift ladder. The stand looked recent enough to be functional, but something about it felt different from the hunting blinds I had seen on Dan's property. My curiosity overcame my caution. Despite Tommy's protests, I approached the base of the tree and began climbing the improvised ladder. The boards creaked under my weight, and I noticed that several were loose or partially rotted. When I finally reached the hunting platform, I found it empty except for an old plastic chair and some scattered cigarette butts. But it was the view from the stand that made my heart race. Through the trees, roughly 300 yards in the distance, I could make out the roof of a structure that definitely wasn't on any map of Dan's property. The building appeared to be constructed from a mixture of materials: metal roofing, wooden siding, and what looked like blue tarps covering sections where the original roof had failed. "What do you see?" Tommy called up from below, his voice tight with nervous energy. "There's a building out there," I called back, trying to keep my voice steady, "some kind of house or cabin." When I climbed down and described what I had seen, Tommy's face went pale. "Maybe we should go back," he suggested. "We don't know whose property that is, and we might be trespassing." But the rational part of my brain had been overwhelmed by adolescent curiosity. The presence of that mysterious structure felt like a puzzle that demanded solving. Against Tommy's better judgment, I convinced him to continue toward the building, arguing that we would just get close enough for a better look and then turn back. The decision would prove to be the most dangerous mistake of my young life. As we approached the mysterious structure, the forest around us seemed to grow more oppressive with each step. The trees pressed closer together, their branches intertwining overhead to form an almost impenetrable canopy that reduced the October afternoon to perpetual twilight. Our footsteps on the pine needle carpet seemed unnaturally loud, and I found myself wincing at every small sound we made. About 100 yards from our destination, we encountered an abandoned vehicle that stopped us both in our tracks. An old Jeep Cherokee sat at an odd angle beside the path. Its front end pointed toward the trees, as if the driver had simply pulled off the trail and walked away. The vehicle was ancient, probably from the late 1980s, and showed extensive rust damage along its wheel wells and door frames. All 4 tires were flat, and kudzu vines had begun climbing over the hood and windshield. What struck me most about the abandoned Jeep was how it had gotten to this remote location in the first place. We were now at least a mile from any road accessible to vehicles, and the narrow path we had followed would have been impossible for anything larger than an ATV to navigate. Yet here sat this full-sized SUV, slowly being reclaimed by the forest. Tommy ran his hand along the vehicle's dusty side panel, leaving tracks in the accumulated grime. "This thing's been here for years," he observed, his voice barely above a whisper. Beyond the abandoned Jeep, the land rose sharply in a steep embankment that we had to scramble up on hands and knees, grabbing exposed roots and small saplings for handholds. The slope was treacherous with loose rocks and crumbling soil that gave way under our feet. When we finally reached the top, breathing hard from the exertion, we found ourselves face to face with what could only generously be called a house. The structure before us was a nightmare assemblage of mismatched materials and desperate repairs. The main building appeared to have started as a small cabin, but multiple additions had been cobbled together using salvaged lumber, metal sheeting, and blue plastic tarps. Windows were completely covered with layers of newspaper and duct tape, creating an impenetrable barrier that prevented any glimpse of the interior. The front door was likewise sealed, with what appeared to be a heavy screen door secured with multiple layers of silver tape. To one side of the main structure stood a rusted playground set that had clearly seen better decades. The swing set's chains hung at odd angles, some missing their seats entirely, while others supported swings that had rotted away to mere fragments of plastic and metal. A small slide, once painted bright red, had faded to the color of dried blood and was partially collapsed on one side. But it was the smell that truly unsettled me. A sharp, chemical odor hung in the air around the property, unlike anything I had encountered before. It wasn't the clean scent of pine trees or the earthy aroma of decomposing leaves that characterized the rest of the forest. This smell was harsh and synthetic, with an underlying sweetness that made my throat burn when I breathed too deeply. Tommy grabbed my arm, his fingernails digging into my jacket sleeve. "We need to leave," he said, his voice shaking. "Right now." But teenage curiosity had transformed into something approaching obsession. I had to know what was behind those newspaper-covered windows, what was causing that strange smell, and why someone had gone to such lengths to hide their activities in the middle of the wilderness. My decision to circle around to the back of the property would haunt me for years to come. Despite Tommy's increasingly frantic pleas to return home, I felt compelled to solve the mystery of this hidden compound. The rational part of my brain whispered warnings, but the overwhelming need to understand what I was seeing drowned out all caution. Behind the main structure, the scene became even more disturbing. A small travel trailer sat on blocks about 30 yards from the house, connected to it by a series of extension cords and garden hoses that snaked across the ground like mechanical veins. The trailer was old and weather-beaten, its aluminum siding streaked with rust stains and green mold. A thin column of smoke rose from a makeshift chimney pipe that had been crudely installed through the roof. Scattered around the trailer were dozens of blue plastic barrels, the 50-gallon drums used for storing chemicals or other industrial materials. Some were empty and lying on their sides, while others appeared to be full and were connected to an elaborate network of plastic tubing and hoses. The chemical smell that had been noticeable near the main house was overwhelming here, so strong that it made my eyes water and my throat burn. An old pickup truck, possibly from the 1970s, sat near the trailer with its tailgate down. The truck bed was filled with what appeared to be bags of fertilizer, boxes of cold medicine, and other materials I couldn't immediately identify. But even my 15-year-old mind was beginning to piece together the horrifying truth of what we had stumbled upon. This wasn't just someone's remote cabin or hunting camp. This was a drug manufacturing operation specifically designed to be hidden from law enforcement in the most remote part of the mountains. The chemical smell, the barrels, the elaborate setup of hoses and equipment, everything pointed to the production of methamphetamine on an industrial scale. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Tommy and I weren't just trespassing on someone's property. We had wandered into the territory of dangerous criminals who would have every reason to ensure that witnesses to their operation never made it home to tell anyone what they had seen. I grabbed my binoculars and crept closer to the trailer, staying low behind the scattered barrels and equipment. Through the small windows I could see the shadows of at least 2 people moving around inside. Their voices carried through the thin walls of the trailer, raised in what sounded like an argument about measurements and timing. My hands shook as I adjusted the focus on the binoculars, trying to get a clearer view of the operation. But it was at that moment that my bright orange hunting cap, the very safety precaution that was supposed to protect us in the woods, became the instrument of our near doom. A shout erupted from the trailer, followed by the sound of a door slamming open. Through my binoculars, I saw a large man emerge from the trailer, pointing directly at our hiding spot. He had seen the flash of orange through the trees, and our presence was no longer a secret. The man began yelling to someone inside the trailer, his words carrying clearly across the distance between us. "We got company. Kids with binoculars." The next few moments unfolded with the surreal quality of a nightmare. Tommy and I crouched behind the chemical barrels, frozen in terror as the implications of our discovery crashed over us like a wave. These weren't hunters or harmless mountain folk we had stumbled upon. These were criminals engaged in serious felonies who would view 2 teenage witnesses as an existential threat to their operation. A second man emerged from the trailer, and I could see both of them clearly now through my binoculars. The first was tall and heavy-set, with long, unkempt hair and a thick beard that had gone gray at the edges. He wore dirty overalls and heavy work boots, and his hands gestured wildly as he spoke to his companion. The second man was shorter, but more wiry, with nervous energy that was visible even from our distant vantage point. What made my stomach drop to my feet was the sight of firearms. Both men were now armed, the tall one carrying what appeared to be a shotgun, while his companion held a handgun. They were scanning the tree line methodically, clearly trying to locate exactly where we were hiding. "We have to run," I whispered to Tommy, my voice barely audible even to myself. "When I say go, we run back the way we came and we don't stop." But before I could give the signal, a new element entered the terrifying tableau. The sound of barking erupted from behind the trailer, deep and aggressive. The men were releasing a dog, a large one, from the sound of its bark. Through the binoculars, I watched the tall man attach a thick chain to what appeared to be a Rottweiler or similar breed, a muscular animal that strained against its restraint with obvious eagerness to pursue us. The psychological impact of seeing that dog was overwhelming. Tommy began to hyperventilate beside me, his breathing coming in short, panicked gasps. I realized that our situation had moved beyond mere danger into something approaching a life-or-death scenario. These men had the advantage of knowing the terrain, they were armed, and they had a tracking dog. We were just 2 kids who had wandered far from safety into a situation that was rapidly spiraling beyond our control. The decision to run came when the dog's barking grew louder, and I realized the men were moving in our direction. There was no more time for planning or strategy. I grabbed Tommy's hand and we bolted from our hiding place, crashing through the underbrush with abandon. Behind us, the shouting intensified as the men spotted our movement. The voices that followed us were filled with rage and desperation. I caught fragments of their threats carried on the mountain air, promises of what they would do if they caught us, crude descriptions of how they would ensure we never told anyone what we had seen. The words were meant to terrorize, and they succeeded completely. We ran through the forest with the kind of desperate speed that only comes from mortal fear. Branches whipped at our faces and clothes, rocks turned under our feet, and roots caught at our ankles. Behind us, the sound of the dog grew steadily closer, its barking now mixed with the crashing sounds of our pursuers moving through the underbrush. The terror of being hunted by armed men and their dog transformed every shadow in the forest into a potential hiding place, and every sound into a harbinger of capture. My mind raced through possibilities as we fled, trying to remember every piece of wilderness survival knowledge I had ever absorbed from books, television shows, and conversations with experienced outdoorsmen. The key, I realized, was to break our scent trail and find concealment that would allow the search party to pass by us. Simply running would eventually lead to capture. The dog would track us relentlessly, and the men knew the terrain better than we did. We needed to disappear. About 200 yards from the drug operation, I spotted our salvation, a massive oak tree that had fallen years earlier, probably during a winter storm. The trunk was easily 4 feet in diameter and had created a natural barrier when it fell across a small depression in the forest floor. The space beneath the log was partially filled with accumulated leaves and debris, creating a hollow that could conceivably hide 2 small people. "This way," I hissed to Tommy, pulling him toward the fallen tree. "We're going to hide under here." Tommy's eyes were wide with panic, but he followed my lead without question. I quickly explained my plan as we approached the log. He would crawl into the depression first, pressing himself as close to the trunk as possible, and I would lie in front of him, using my body to shield him from discovery. Then we would cover ourselves with leaves and debris and remain absolutely motionless until the search party passed by. The plan required splitting up, even briefly, and that terrified me almost as much as the approaching dog. But I knew it was our only chance. I sent Tommy to hide under the log while I ran toward a nearby creek, my bright orange hunting cap clutched in my hand. At the water's edge, I hurled the hat as far as I could toward the opposite bank, hoping it would create a false trail that would lead our pursuers away from our actual hiding place. When I returned to the fallen oak, Tommy was already concealed in the depression, his small body pressed against the massive trunk. I crawled in next to him, pulling armfuls of leaves and forest debris over both of us until we were completely covered. The smell of rotting vegetation filled my nostrils, and I had to consciously control my breathing to avoid coughing or making any sound that might give away our position. We lay there in the darkness beneath our makeshift camouflage, listening to the sounds of our pursuers growing steadily closer. The dog's barking became more excited as it picked up our scent trail, and I could hear the heavy footsteps of the 2 men crashing through the underbrush. Their voices were clearer now, filled with a mixture of anger and frustration. "They can't have gone far," one of them was saying. "Kids that age can't move through this terrain that fast." "The dog's got them," replied the other voice. "Look how excited he's getting. They went this way." The sound of their approach was terrifying in its methodical nature. These weren't panicked amateurs stumbling around in the woods. They were conducting a systematic search, following the dog's nose and using their knowledge of the terrain to anticipate where we might try to hide. When they passed within 30 yards of our hiding place, I could smell cigarette smoke and hear their heavy breathing from the exertion of moving through the dense forest. But then, miraculously, the sounds began to move away from us. The dog had picked up the scent trail leading toward the creek where I had thrown my orange hat, and our pursuers were following the false lead I had created. Their voices grew fainter as they moved in the wrong direction, buying us precious time to plan our escape. We remained hidden under the fallen oak for what felt like hours, but was probably closer to 30 minutes, listening as the sounds of our pursuers faded into the distance. When we could no longer hear any trace of the dog's barking or the men's voices, I carefully pushed aside our covering of leaves and debris and peered out into the forest around us. The woods had returned to their natural stillness, with only the whisper of wind through the trees and the distant call of a crow breaking the silence. But the peaceful atmosphere felt deceptive now, as if the forest itself had been contaminated by what we had witnessed. Every shadow could conceal a threat. Every rustle of leaves might herald the return of our pursuers. "Are they gone?" Tommy whispered, his voice hoarse from fear and the effort of remaining silent for so long. "I think so," I replied, though I wasn't certain of anything anymore. "But we need to get out of here right now, and we need to be smart about it. The journey back to Dan's property became an exercise in controlled paranoia. We moved through the forest like hunted animals, freezing at every unexpected sound, and taking cover behind trees whenever we heard anything that might indicate human presence. What had been an adventurous hike into the wilderness that morning had transformed into a desperate escape from people who would have no hesitation about harming us to protect their criminal enterprise. My 15-year-old mind struggled to process the full implications of what we had discovered. The drug operation we had stumbled upon represented serious organized crime, the kind of activity that attracted violent criminals who viewed murder as simply another business expense. We weren't just witnesses to illegal activity. We were loose ends that needed to be eliminated. The physical demands of our escape were made worse by the psychological trauma of being hunted. Every muscle in my body ached from the sustained tension, and my throat burned from breathing heavily during our flight through the forest. Tommy was in even worse condition, stumbling frequently and requiring constant encouragement to keep moving. When we finally emerged from the tree line near Dan's property, both of us were scratched, dirty, and emotionally drained. Dan was working in his barn when he saw us approaching, and the expression on his face told me that our ordeal was written clearly in our appearance. "You boys look like you've seen a ghost," he said, setting down his tools and walking toward us. "What happened out there?" The temptation to tell him everything was overwhelming. Dan was an adult, someone who would know how to handle the situation and protect us from the criminals we had encountered. But the irrational fear that dominated my thinking convinced me that talking about what we had seen would only make the situation worse. What if Dan didn't believe us? What if he told our parents and they forbade us from ever going into the woods again? What if the criminals somehow learned that we had talked? "We just got turned around," I lied, hating myself for the deception but unable to see any alternative. Lost track of time and had to hurry back. Dan studied our faces for a long moment, clearly unconvinced by my explanation, but he didn't press the issue, instead offering to drive us home since we were obviously exhausted. We gratefully accepted the ride, spending the short trip in silence while my mind raced through the events of the day. The decision to keep our discovery secret would haunt me for years. Tommy and I made a pact that afternoon never to speak of what we had seen in the woods, a promise born from fear and the mistaken belief that silence would somehow protect us. We told ourselves that the criminals didn't know who we were or where we lived, that as long as we stayed away from that part of the forest, we would be safe. But the psychological impact of our encounter lingered long after the physical scratches healed. For months afterward, I would wake in the middle of the night, heart pounding from dreams of being chased through endless forests by armed men and vicious dogs. The woods that had once represented freedom and adventure now felt threatening and dangerous, filled with hidden perils that could destroy lives in an instant. It wasn't until years later, when I was in college and the memory had finally begun to lose some of its sharp edges, that I told my father about what Tommy and I had experienced that October afternoon. His reaction was a mixture of concern and relief. Concern that we had been in such serious danger, and relief that we had somehow managed to escape unharmed. The land where we encountered the drug operation has since been purchased by developers and cleared for a housing subdivision. Sometimes I wonder if the construction crews found any evidence of the criminal activity that once flourished in those remote woods, or if the forest simply reclaimed the site and erased all traces of what we had witnessed. The experience taught me that the wilderness, for all its beauty and majesty, can harbor dangers that have nothing to do with wild animals or natural hazards. The most dangerous predators in the mountains walk on two legs and have no connection to the natural world beyond their desire to exploit its remoteness for criminal purposes. I still love hiking and spending time outdoors, but I approach the wilderness with a different kind of respect now. The mountain showed me something that day that most people never see, a glimpse into the darker side of human nature and the realization that evil can flourish anywhere, even in the most beautiful and seemingly peaceful places on earth. The memory of that October afternoon serves as a permanent reminder that adventure always carries risk, and that sometimes the price of curiosity can be higher than anyone should have to pay. Tommy and I were lucky that day. Lucky that we were smart enough to hide. Lucky that our pursuers followed a false trail, and lucky that we made it home safely. Not everyone who stumbles upon such secrets in the wilderness is so fortunate. The first time I heard the sound, I was setting up camp in a remote section of Yellowstone National Park. A whisper that didn't belong among the natural forest sounds, something between a human voice and the wind through hollow bones. I dismissed it as exhaustion from the long hike. 3 days into a 2-week solo photography expedition documenting wildlife in the park's northern range, I hadn't expected company. My name is Michael Thompson. I've been a park ranger at Yellowstone for 15 years, though this trip was purely personal. After a decade and a half of watching tourists marvel at Old Faithful and warning them not to feed the bears, I thought I knew every inch of this wilderness. I was wrong. That night, I awoke to frost on the inside of my tent. Strange, given it was mid-June. The temperature gauge on my watch read 28 degrees, a sudden, inexplicable drop. Outside, the moonlight cast long shadows across the clearing where I'd made camp. The trees seemed to bend inward, their silhouettes forming a circle around my small sanctuary of nylon and aluminum. I checked my phone out of habit. No signal, of course. That's when I noticed the footprints in the thin layer of frost outside my tent. Human-sized, but elongated, with strange indentations where toes should be. They circled my tent completely, then vanished into the tree line. Something rustled in the underbrush. I grabbed my flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness to reveal nothing, just swaying branches and dancing shadows. But the unshakable feeling of being watched persisted. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small in the vast wilderness. "Anyone there?" Only silence answered. Then faintly what sounded like my own voice echoed back. "Anyone there?" Sleep didn't come easily after that. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a coyote or a confused elk. Wildlife behaves strangely sometimes, especially around human encampments. But 15 years of ranger experience told me this was different. The next morning, the frost was gone, the temperature back to a reasonable 65 degrees. In the light of day, the footprints had vanished without a trace, making me question if I'd imagined the whole thing. I packed my gear and continued my planned route, pushing the experience to the back of my mind. Around midday, I stopped at a small stream to refill my water bottles. That's when I noticed the strange markings on a nearby tree, 3 deep gouges running vertically up the trunk, too high and too precise to be from a bear. They looked fresh, the inner wood still light-colored and oozing sap. As I approached the tree, a putrid smell hit me, like rotting meat mixed with wet soil. I'd smelled death before in the park, usually elk or deer taken down by wolves. This was similar, but wrong somehow. Unnatural. I took photographs of the markings, then continued hiking, but found myself constantly looking over my shoulder. The forest had gone quiet. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. In my years as a ranger, I'd learned to read the wilderness. When it falls silent, something is very wrong. By late afternoon, I reached my destination, a small valley known for its elk herds and occasional wolf sightings. But the valley was empty, no wildlife, not even insects. I set up camp on a ridge overlooking the area, hoping the elevated position would give me some security. As the sun set, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and reds, I tried to convince myself that everything was normal. Wildlife patterns change, animals migrate, nothing to worry about. Until I saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the tree line below. Too tall and thin to be human, yet standing on 2 legs. It remained motionless, staring up at my camp. Even from this distance, I could feel its gaze boring into me. I fumbled for my camera with its telephoto lens, but by the time I focused, the figure was gone. The photograph showed only empty space where I was certain something had stood. That night, the temperature dropped again. Ice crystals formed on my tent fly as the thermometer plunged below freezing, and somewhere in the darkness I heard it again, my own voice calling my name. Michael Thompson. No one else on this trip knew my full name. Sleep was impossible now. I sat awake, knife in one hand, bear spray in the other, waiting for dawn. And as the first light broke over the eastern ridge, I made a decision. I needed to find out what was happening. Little did I know that my curiosity would lead me into the darkest legend of Yellowstone, a nightmare the native tribes had whispered about for centuries, a hunger that never dies, a horror known as the Wendigo. The 4th day dawned with an unexpected radio call, My satellite phone, which I'd brought for emergencies, buzzed with static before a familiar voice broke through. "Thompson, you there? It's Sarah Johnson." Sarah was one of the newer rangers, a brilliant ecologist with a passion for wildlife conservation. I had trained her myself when she arrived last year. "I'm here," I replied, surprised. "What's going on?" "We've got a situation. Family of 4, the Martins, missed their check-in yesterday. Last seen heading into your area 3 days ago. Search parties being organized, but you're closest." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. "Send me their last known coordinates." As the details came through, I realized the Martins' planned route would have taken them directly through the valley I was overlooking, the same one that had been unnaturally empty of wildlife. "I'll start looking," I told Sarah. "Keep me posted on the search team's ETA." "Will do. And Mike?" "Jack Whitecloud insisted on joining the search. Says there's something important you should know." Jack was an elder from one of the local tribes who occasionally worked as a guide for the park. If he was concerned enough to join a search party, something serious was happening. "Tell him I'll meet them at Junction Creek by sundown." After gathering my gear, I descended into the valley, following what should have been the Martins' trail. The silence was even more oppressive now. No wind, no bird song, not even the buzz of insects. Just my footsteps and breathing, both of which seemed too loud in the stillness. About 2 miles in, I found their campsite, or what remained of it. The tent was still standing but had been torn open from the inside. Sleeping bags lay scattered, one still containing a child's stuffed animal. A family-sized backpack leaned against a tree, containing water bottles, energy bars, a first aid kit, all the essentials no one would willingly leave behind. But it was the ground that told the most disturbing story. Deep furrows ran through the campsite, as if someone, or something, had been dragged away. Multiple sets of footprints overlapped in chaotic patterns. Small ones belonging to children running, adult-sized ones in pursuit, and among them, those same elongated prints I'd seen around my own tent. The temperature around the campsite was noticeably colder than the surrounding forest. My breath fogged in the air as I examined a strange substance on the tree trunks. A black, viscous residue that smelled of rot and something else. Something chemical and wrong. I documented everything, taking photographs and GPS coordinates. As I worked, the feeling of being watched intensified. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I found myself constantly turning, expecting to see someone or something behind me. That's when I heard it, a child's voice, faint but clear. "Mommy, where are you?" It came from deeper in the forest, away from the trail. Everything in my training told me to wait for backup, but if one of the Martin children was still alive out there. "Hello?" I called out. "National Park Service? Is someone there?" Silence then. "Help me, please, I'm scared." The voice seemed to shift location, now coming from my left. I turned toward it, stepping carefully through the underbrush. "Keep talking. I'll find you." "This way. Please hurry." The voice led me deeper into the forest, away from the trail and campsite. Something felt wrong. The voice remained the same distance away no matter how quickly I moved. Still, I pushed forward, hoping to find a lost, frightened child. After 10 minutes of following the voice, I realized I'd been led in a complete circle, ending up back at the destroyed campsite. But now, something was different. My backpack, which I'd left propped against a tree, was gone. A cold realization washed over me. I was being hunted. I drew my knife and bear spray, backing slowly toward the trail. The forest seemed to close in around me, branches reaching like gnarled fingers. From every direction, I began to hear whispers, fragments of voices, some sounding like the Martin family, others like my fellow rangers, all calling for help. Breaking into a run, I sprinted back toward the main trail, no longer caring about tracking or evidence. Behind me, something crashed through the underbrush, something fast and large that moved with unnatural speed. I reached Junction Creek just as the sun began to set, finding Sarah Johnson and a small search party setting up a base camp. Jack Whitecloud stood apart from the others, his weathered face grave as he watched me emerge from the tree line. "You've seen it, haven't you?" he asked quietly as I approached, gasping for breath. "Seen what?" I managed between gulps of air. The hunger that walks. The Wendigo. His eyes, dark and knowing, held mine. It's woken again. The search party gathered around the campfire that night, flames casting long shadows across concerned faces. Besides Sarah and Jack, there were 2 other rangers I knew well, Rodriguez and Chen, plus a local search and rescue volunteer named Mackenzie. Everyone listened intently as I described what I'd found at the Martins' campsite. "We should call in more resources," Sarah suggested. "Maybe the FBI." "No," Jack interrupted, his voice carrying a quiet authority that silenced everyone. "More people will only mean more victims." I'd known Jack Whitecloud for nearly a decade. He rarely spoke so definitively, especially when it came to park operations. The others turned to him with varying expressions of skepticism and curiosity. "You mentioned a Wendigo," I prompted. Jack nodded slowly, the firelight deepening the lines in his face. "My people have known about this creature for centuries. It was once human, but transformed by the ultimate taboo, consuming human flesh. Now it hungers eternally, growing stronger with each victim but never satisfied." Rodriguez rolled his eyes slightly. "With all respect, Jack, we need to focus on finding this family, not on folklore." "It's not just folklore," I said, surprising myself. "Something's out there, something that can imitate voices, create unnatural cold, something predatory and intelligent." Jack reached into his pack and pulled out a worn leather journal. "My grandfather was a guide in these mountains. He recorded his encounters and the stories passed down through generations." He opened the journal to reveal intricate drawings. A gaunt, skeletal figure with a deer's skull for a head, unnaturally long limbs, and clawed hands. The details matched what I'd glimpsed at the edge of the valley. "The Wendigo grows stronger in winter but can manifest any time hunger and desperation take hold," Jack explained. "It corrupts the land around it. Animals flee, plants wither. It leaves a trail of cold and silence." Sarah leaned forward. "If, and I'm not saying I believe this, but if this thing exists, how do we fight it?" "You don't," Jack said grimly. "You survive it. The Wendigo cannot be killed by conventional means. It can be wounded, temporarily driven away, but ultimately, it must be trapped." He turned pages in the journal, showing ancient symbols and what appeared to be ritual instructions. "There's a cave system about 5 miles north of here. According to my grandfather, it was used centuries ago to trap a Wendigo during a particularly harsh winter. The cave walls are marked with protective symbols." Chen, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke up. "So, what's the plan? We just lure this thing into a cave and hope some old drawings keep it there?" Jack fixed him with a steady gaze. "Do you have a better suggestion?" "Yeah, find the family and get everyone the hell out of these woods." "And if they're already dead?" I asked, the question hanging heavy in the air. "Then we find whatever killed them," Rodriguez said firmly. "And if they're not dead?" Sarah added. "If they're out there somewhere, injured or lost?" Jack closed his journal. "The Wendigo often keeps victims alive, especially in warmer months when its powers are weaker. It feeds on fear as much as flesh." A chill ran through the group. The implications were clear. The Martin family might still be alive, but in a situation too horrific to contemplate. "We need to split up," I decided. "Sarah and I will investigate the cave system Jack mentioned. If there's any truth to this, we need to know our options." Rodriguez, Chen, and Mackenzie continue searching for the Martins along their planned route. "Splitting up is exactly what it wants," Jack warned. "We don't have a choice," I countered. "Every hour decreases the chances of finding survivors." As we set watch rotations for the night, Jack pulled me aside. "There's something else you should know," he said quietly. "The Wendigo doesn't just hunt randomly. It's drawn to certain people, those with darkness in their past or secrets in their hearts." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying, be careful what you think about out there. The Wendigo can sense guilt, regret, desire. It will use it against you." I wanted to dismiss his warning, but the memory of hearing my own name called in the darkness made me hesitate. "I'll keep that in mind," I promised. That night, the temperature dropped again, frost forming on our tents despite the summer season. I took the first watch, staring into the darkness beyond our camp. Twice I thought I saw movement among the trees, a tall, thin silhouette watching our camp. But when I shined my flashlight, nothing was there. Around 2 a.m., Sarah woke for her shift. As I was about to enter my tent, she grabbed my arm. "Mike, look." She pointed to the ground around our camp. In the dirt, barely visible in the firelight, was a circle of those same elongated footprints surrounding our entire campsite. They hadn't been there an hour ago. "It's watching us," Sarah whispered. "Let it watch," I replied, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Tomorrow, we start hunting it." But as I zipped myself into my sleeping bag, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't the hunters in this scenario. We were the prey. And somewhere in the vast darkness of Yellowstone, the Martin family was experiencing horrors beyond imagination. Dawn arrived with a heavy mist clinging to the trees. After a tense breakfast, our group separated as planned. Rodriguez, Chen, and Mackenzie headed southeast to continue searching along the Martins' original route, while Sarah, Jack, and I prepared to locate the cave system. 5 miles north, you said? I confirmed with Jack as we shouldered our packs. He nodded, but his expression was troubled. "The journey will be more difficult than the distance suggests. The Wendigo knows what we're planning. It will try to confuse us. Separate us. Stay close. Establish frequent comm checks," I instructed, checking my satellite phone's battery. "If anyone sees or hears anything unusual, speak up immediately." Sarah adjusted her pack. "What about the cold spots? Should we be tracking temperature changes?" "Good idea," I agreed, distributing digital thermometers from my kit. Significant drops could indicate its presence. As we moved deeper into the forest, the mist thickened until visibility dropped to mere yards. Trees loomed like spectral sentinels, their shapes distorted in the fog. Our footsteps seemed muffled, as if the forest itself was absorbing all sound. Jack led the way, occasionally consulting his grandfather's journal and marking trees with orange surveyor's tape to ensure we could find our way back. After about an hour, he stopped abruptly, raising his hand for silence. "Listen," he whispered. At first I heard nothing. Then faintly, voices. Multiple conversations overlapping, as if we were approaching a crowded ranger station or visitor center. But we were miles from any official park facility. "It's trying to lure us off course," Jack warned. "The voices aren't real." Sarah's face had gone pale. "That's my mother's voice. She's been dead for 5 years." I could hear it too, voices from my past. My father calling my name. An ex-girlfriend laughing. A fellow ranger who died in a rock slide years ago asking for help. "Ignore them," Jack insisted. "Focus on me, on each other. That's real." We pressed forward, but the voices grew louder, more insistent. The mist swirled around us, creating phantasmal shapes that dissolved when directly observed. The temperature began to drop noticeably, our breath forming clouds in the increasingly frigid air. After another half-mile, we discovered the first sign that we weren't just chasing legends. A massive tree had been marked with symbols similar to those in Jack's journal, concentric circles with lines radiating outward, carved deep into the bark and filled with some dark substance. "My grandfather's generation renewed these markers," Jack explained, running his fingers over the symbols. "They form a boundary line. Beyond this point, the Wendigo's influence grows stronger." "So we're on the right track," I said, feeling a mix of validation and dread. Sarah had been documenting everything with her camera, but suddenly lowered it, frowning. "These readings don't make sense. It's 20 degrees colder here than it was 50 yards back." A branch snapped loudly somewhere behind us. We spun around, but the mist made it impossible to see more than a few yards. "We should keep moving," Jack urged. As we continued, the forest changed subtly. The trees grew more twisted, their bark blackened in patches. Fungi that shouldn't thrive in this ecosystem covered fallen logs. The ground became spongy underfoot, releasing a fetid odor with each step. "The land is corrupted," Jack murmured. "The Wendigo's presence poisons everything around it." 2 hours into our hike, we reached a small clearing where the mist thinned slightly. In the center stood a crude structure, branches and saplings bent into a dome-like shape, covered with, "Oh God," Sarah gasped. Clothing. The dome was partially covered with torn clothing, adult and children's sizes. I recognized a red jacket from the description of what Mrs. Martin had been wearing. Inside the structure, we found evidence of the family. a child's shoe, a man's wallet containing David Martin's driver's license, a woman's hair clip, but no blood, no bodies. They were kept here, Jack said, examining the disturbed ground. Recently. Then they've been moved, I concluded, fighting rising panic. Why would it move them? Jack's expression darkened. Because it knows we're coming. A child's scream shattered the silence, coming from somewhere ahead of us. It was so sudden, so real, that we all instinctively moved toward it before Jack grabbed our arms. Wait, remember what I told you. It imitates voices. What if it's not an imitation? Sarah challenged. We can't just ignore it. We proceed carefully, I decided. Together. The cave entrance appeared suddenly through the mist, a dark gash in a rocky hillside, partially obscured by gnarled trees. Ancient symbols had been carved around the opening, similar to those we'd seen on the boundary tree, but more elaborate, more numerous. This is it, Jack confirmed, his voice hushed with reverence and fear. As we approached the entrance, the temperature plummeted further. Ice crystals formed on our eyelashes and in our hair. The silence was absolute. No birds, no insects, not even the sound of wind. Sarah's thermometer beeped. 17 degrees Fahrenheit, she reported incredulously. In June. From deep within the cave came another sound, a child sobbing, followed by a woman's voice. Please, someone help us. Sarah looked at me, her professional resolve cracking. Mike, that sounds real. Stay together, I repeated. But my own determination was wavering. The voices sounded so genuine, so desperate. We activated our headlamps and prepared to enter the cave. Jack stopped at the entrance, removing tobacco from a pouch at his belt and sprinkling it on the ground while murmuring words in his native language. "A offering of respect and a prayer for protection," he explained. The cave mouth seemed to inhale as we entered, a subtle shift in air pressure that made our ears pop. The temperature continued to drop, and our headlamp beams seemed dimmer than they should be, barely penetrating the unnatural darkness. About 20 yards in, the passage widened into a chamber. Our lights revealed ancient paintings covering the walls, depictions of the Wendigo, and rituals to contain it. In the center of the chamber stood a stone altar, its surface stained dark. This is where the binding ritual would be performed, Jack explained. Sarah was examining the wall paintings. These symbols, some of them match the ones from your grandfather's journal. I approached the altar, my light revealing grooves carved into the stone surface, channels designed to direct flowing liquid. I didn't need to ask what kind of liquid they were meant for. A scraping sound echoed from deeper in the cave system, like claws on stone. We froze, listening as it grew louder, closer. "It's here," Jack whispered. The temperature plunged further. Our headlamps flickered, threatening to leave us in total darkness. And from a tunnel at the far side of the chamber came a sound that would haunt my nightmares forever, a hideous blend of animal growl and human laughter. Then, stepping into the edge of our failing light beams, we saw it. 8 feet tall, emaciated yet somehow powerful, with skin stretched tight over an inhuman frame. Its head bore the skull of a deer, antlers extending like a crown of bones. Where eyes should be, only dark, empty sockets that somehow still conveyed malevolent intelligence. Its mouth, God, its mouth, stretched in a grin too wide for any human face, filled with needle-like teeth. Behind it, barely visible in the darkness, huddled 4 figures, the Martin family, alive but terrified beyond reason. The Wendigo tilted its head, studying us with those empty sockets. Then it spoke, using David Martin's voice. They came to see nature. Now they're becoming part of it. It stepped forward, its movements jerky yet fluid, like a marionette controlled by an unskilled puppeteer. The air around it shimmered with cold so intense it burned. "You know why I chose them, don't you, Michael?" It continued, now using my voice. "The same reason I chose you. The darkness inside, the hunger." Sarah raised her rifle, but Jack pushed the barrel down. "Bullets won't stop it." The Wendigo laughed, a sound like breaking ice and snapping bones. "The old man is right. Nothing stops hunger. Nothing stops me." It lunged forward with impossible speed. I shoved Sarah aside as claws raked the air where she had stood. Jack threw something from his pouch, herbs or tobacco, that burst into flame upon contact with the creature, causing it to shriek and recoil. "The altar!" Jack shouted. "We need to lure it there." Sarah fired her rifle despite Jack's warning. The bullet struck the Wendigo's chest, causing it to stagger but not fall. Black ichor oozed from the wound. "Get the family," I yelled to Sarah, drawing my knife, a pathetically inadequate weapon against this horror. As Sarah darted around the chamber's edge toward the huddled Martins, I moved in the opposite direction, drawing the Wendigo's attention. "You said you chose me," I called to it, backing toward the altar. "Why? What darkness do you see in me?" The creature followed, its movements becoming more fluid, more predatory. "You already know, Ranger, the incident 3 winters ago. The hikers you couldn't save, the ones you found too late." A cold realization washed over me. It was reading my deepest regrets, my most painful memories. "That wasn't his fault," Sarah shouted, having reached the Martin family and begun untying them. "Everyone has darkness," the Wendigo replied, still stalking toward me. "Everyone has hunger. Yours is for redemption, Michael. An insatiable appetite that can never be filled." I continued backing up until I felt the stone altar behind me. Jack had circled around and was frantically drawing symbols on the floor with a piece of charcoal, recreating patterns from the wall paintings. "You've failed before," the Wendigo taunted. "You'll fail again. The family will die. Your friends will die, all because you weren't good enough, fast enough, brave enough." Its words cut deeper than its claws could, because part of me believed them. But as I looked past the creature to Sarah helping the terrified Martin family, something hardened inside me. "You're wrong," I said. "I may have failed before, but not today." I leapt aside as the Wendigo charged. It crashed into the altar, momentarily stunned. Jack completed the symbol circle and began chanting in his native language, his voice rising with power and conviction. The temperature dropped even further. Ice formed on the walls, cracking the ancient paintings. The Wendigo recovered and turned toward Jack, recognizing the greater threat. "Now, Michael," Jack shouted between chants, "the binding requires blood freely given." I understood immediately. Drawing my knife across my palm, I let blood drip onto the altar and the symbols Jack had drawn. The effect was immediate. The symbols began to glow with a blue-white light, and the Wendigo shrieked in rage and what sounded almost like fear. An invisible force seemed to pull the creature toward the altar. It fought against it, claws scrabbling on the stone floor, leaving deep gouges. The Martin family, now free from their bonds, huddled against the far wall with Sarah protectively in front of them. "Keep going," I shouted to Jack, whose chanting had reached a fever pitch. The Wendigo fixed those empty eye sockets on me. "This prison won't hold me forever, Michael Thompson. I'll remember you. I'll find you again." "Maybe," I acknowledged, "but not today." With a final bone-chilling howl, the creature was slammed against the altar by unseen forces. Ice crystals formed around it, encasing its limbs, then its torso, finally its skull-like head. The blue-white light from the symbols intensified until we had to shield our eyes. When the light faded, the Wendigo was gone, or rather, transformed. In its place stood a grotesque ice sculpture, every detail of its horrific form perfectly preserved in crystalline stasis. Jack's chanting subsided, and he collapsed to his knees, exhausted. "It's done," he gasped. "Bound again, but not forever. Never forever." The Martin family wept with relief, clinging to each other and to Sarah, who looked as shell-shocked as I felt. "Is it dead?" Mrs. Martin asked, her voice hoarse from screaming. "No," Jack answered honestly. "But it's contained. The binding will hold for years, perhaps decades if we're fortunate." I approached the frozen Wendigo cautiously. Even in this state, I could feel malevolence radiating from it like cold from an iceberg. "We need to station guards," I said. "Set up a perimeter. Make sure no one ever comes here again." Jack nodded solemnly. "My people will help. This responsibility has been ours for generations." As we led the traumatized but miraculously unharmed Martin family from the cave, I couldn't shake the Wendigo's final words. It would remember me. It would wait. And someday, perhaps long after I was gone, it would hunger again. 3 months later, I sat in my cabin on the eastern edge of Yellowstone, watching the first autumn leaves drift from the aspens. My hand, still bearing the scar from the binding ritual, ached in the cooling air, a constant reminder of what lurked beneath the park's beauty. The official report on the Martin family incident cited exposure, disorientation, and mass hallucination induced by toxic fungi. A convenient explanation crafted jointly by park administration and Jack's tribal elders. The Martins themselves, after extensive debriefing and psychiatric evaluation, had agreed to the official narrative, too traumatized to fight for a truth no one would believe anyway. Sarah knocked on my door, entering with 2 cups of coffee. Since that night in the cave, we'd grown closer, united by a shared experience few could understand. "Rodriguez called," she said, settling into the chair opposite mine. "Another temperature anomaly near Lamar Valley. 3rd one this month." I nodded, unsurprised. "Within the established perimeter?" "Yes, but getting closer to the boundary. Jack's people say the binding is holding, but the Wendigo is testing its limits," I finished. After our encounter, Jack had shared more of his grandfather's journal, revealing a cycle we now found ourselves part of. The Wendigo had been bound before, many times throughout history. Each binding lasted longer than a human lifetime, but never permanently, and each time it broke free, it emerged stronger, smarter, more determined. "The new monitoring stations are online," Sarah continued, pulling out her tablet to show me a map of the park with dozens of temperature sensors marked in red. "If it attempts to breach the perimeter, we'll have advance warning." I traced the scar on my palm. Warning won't be enough. We need to be ready. Since the incident, I'd thrown myself into research, collecting folklore from tribes across North America about similar entities. Jack had introduced me to elders from other nations who shared their knowledge of binding rituals and containment methods. I'd compiled everything into a manual, a guidebook for future rangers who might face what we had. "The special training program starts next month," Sarah reminded me. 10 rangers from across the national park system, handpicked, discreet, and skeptical, no doubt, I added with a grim smile, until they visit the cave. No one could stand before that frozen horror and remain skeptical. We'd established a secure facility around the cave entrance, disguised as an environmental research station, with round-the-clock guards drawn from both park rangers and tribal members. Only those with special clearance could enter, and only after extensive psychological evaluation, because the Wendigo fed on weakness, on darkness within. Anyone harboring significant trauma or guilt could become its conduit to freedom, including me. "Jack called this morning," I told Sarah. "He's been translating some older texts. Apparently the blood bond works both ways. The binding ritual connected me to it somehow." Sarah's expression tightened with concern. "What does that mean exactly?" "I dream of it sometimes," I admitted. "I feel its hunger, its rage, its patience." I hadn't told anyone about these dreams before, not even Sarah. "It's waiting, gathering strength, and it knows me now, knows how I think. Mike, maybe you should take a leave of absence, get some distance." "That's exactly what it wants," I interrupted. "For me to run, to hide, to pretend it isn't real. Distance won't break the connection." The truth was more complicated than I could express. In those dreams, the Wendigo whispered to me, promised me things. Power, knowledge, freedom from fear. It probed my deepest insecurities and regrets, offering resolution if only I would help release it. So far, I'd resisted. But each night, its arguments grew more persuasive, more personal. "There's something else," Sarah said, interrupting my dark thoughts. "The historical research you requested came through. There have been patterns." She handed me a folder containing old newspaper clippings, ranger reports, and tribal accounts dating back to the park's founding. Disappearances, mysterious deaths, reports of wild men or forest demons appeared in clusters spanning roughly 50 to 70 years, consistent with the binding cycle Jack had described. "It's happened before," I murmured. "Many times." And each time there were people who fought it, who bound it again. Sarah placed her hand over mine. "You're not alone in this, Mike." That evening, after Sarah left, I stood on my porch watching the sunset paint Yellowstone's mountains gold and crimson. The beauty of this place had always moved me, had drawn me to become a ranger in the first place. Now I understood I wasn't just protecting the wilderness from human harm, I was protecting humans from what lurked within the wilderness. As darkness fell, I felt that familiar cold sensation, like being watched from just beyond the light. A branch snapped in the forest beyond my cabin, probably a deer or elk, but I found myself reaching for the special pack I now kept by the door, containing Jack's herbs, iron implements, and my own blood stored in vials. "I know you're there," I called into the darkness. "I know you're listening, and I want you to know something. I'll be ready when you return." Only silence answered, but as I turned to go inside, I noticed frost forming on my porch railing in August. And faintly, carried on a wind that shouldn't exist, I heard my own voice whisper back, "So will I, Michael Thompson, so will I." The wilderness holds many secrets, beauty and terror alike. I've seen both now, and I can never unsee them. The tourists who visit Yellowstone marvel at its wonders, unaware of what sleeps beneath their feet, bound by ancient magic and modern vigilance. They say knowledge is power, but some knowledge is a burden, a responsibility that can never be set down. As I closed my cabin door against the unnatural cold, I understood that my life had fundamentally changed. I was no longer just a park ranger. I was a warden of older, darker boundaries. And somewhere in the depths of Yellowstone, frozen but aware, the Wendigo waited for me to fail. I don't intend to. The radio crackled to life at 3:47 a.m., and dispatch told me they'd found the missing family, all four of them, sitting perfectly upright in their tent, eyes wide open, but they'd been dead for 3 days. I've been a ranger at Wolf Lake National Park for 8 years now, and in that time, I've seen things that have fundamentally changed how I view the wilderness. What I'm about to share with you are incidents that occurred between 2019 and 2024, all documented in official reports, though many details were deliberately omitted from the public record. My superiors have made it clear that certain information should remain classified, but recent events have convinced me that people need to know what's happening out here. Wolf Lake spans 847 square miles of pristine wilderness in the northern Rockies. We see approximately 180,000 visitors annually, and most leave with nothing more than mosquito bites and Instagram photos. But for a small percentage of visitors, their experience here becomes something entirely different, something that defies rational explanation. The first incident that really got my attention happened during my second year on the job. A family of 4, mother, father, and 2 young children, had been camping in the Whitewater Basin, about 27 miles from the nearest road access. They'd registered for a 5-day backcountry permit and were experienced hikers. The father, Gregory Vance, was a wilderness guide from Colorado with over 15 years of experience leading expeditions. On day 3 of their trip, Vance radioed in a distress call. His transmission was broken and difficult to understand, but what we could make out was disturbing. "Something's wrong with the kids. They won't respond. Their eyes." Then the radio went dead. We couldn't raise them again despite repeated attempts. I was part of the SAR team that went in the next morning. It took us 4 hours to reach their campsite, and what we found there still haunts me. The tent was set up perfectly, all their gear organized and undisturbed. A cold breakfast sat on their camp table as if they'd been interrupted mid-meal. But the family was nowhere to be found. We spent 3 days searching a 10-mile radius around their camp. On the 3rd day, we found them. They were sitting in a small clearing about 2 miles northeast of their campsite, arranged in a perfect circle on the bare ground. All 4 were positioned facing inward, legs crossed, hands resting on their knees. Their eyes were open, staring at the center of the circle, but they were completely unresponsive. When we approached, none of them acknowledged our presence. They didn't blink, didn't react to our voices, didn't respond to physical contact. Their pulse and breathing were normal, but it was like they were in some kind of trance. The children, ages 8 and 10, maintained this same rigid posture and blank stare. The medical team had to physically carry them out. During the entire evacuation, none of them spoke or moved voluntarily. They were like mannequins. When we reached the hospital, the doctors ran every test imaginable: blood work, neurological exams, psychiatric evaluations. Everything came back normal. Physically, they were completely healthy. After 2 days in the hospital, they suddenly snapped out of it. One moment they were catatonic, the next they were asking where they were and how they'd gotten there. They claimed to have no memory of the 3 days they'd been missing. The last thing any of them remembered was going to sleep in their tent on the second night of their trip. The official report listed it as a case of mass hysteria brought on by altitude sickness and dehydration, despite the fact that they showed no signs of either condition. The family was released and returned home to Colorado. They never came back to Wolf Lake, and they never spoke publicly about what happened. That incident bothered me for months. I kept going back to that clearing, trying to find some explanation for what had occurred. The ground where they'd been sitting was completely bare. No grass, no vegetation, just packed earth in a perfect circle about 8 feet in diameter. I took soil samples and sent them to a lab for analysis. The results showed nothing unusual, just standard forest soil with slightly higher than normal mineral content. But there was something else about that clearing that unsettled me. The silence. In all my years working in the wilderness, I'd never experienced quiet like that. No bird calls, no insect sounds, no rustling of leaves. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath around that spot. Every time I visited, the unnatural quiet would last for exactly 17 minutes, then normal forest sounds would gradually return. I started keeping detailed notes after that incident, documenting every strange occurrence, every unusual disappearance, every unexplained phenomenon. What I discovered was that Wolf Lake had a problem. A pattern of incidents that stretched back decades, all carefully buried in bureaucratic paperwork and explained away with convenient lies. The brass doesn't want the public to know that people disappear in Wolf Lake at a rate 3 times higher than the national average for wilderness areas. They don't want anyone to know that we find bodies in places they couldn't possibly have reached on their own. They definitely don't want anyone to know about the recordings. Every ranger carries a digital recorder as part of their standard equipment, primarily for documenting wildlife observations and incident reports. But sometimes, when you play back those recordings, you hear things that weren't audible at the time: voices, whispers, sounds that seem to come from the forest itself. I have hours of these recordings. Conversations between missing persons that occurred days after their disappearance. Children's laughter echoing from areas where no children have been seen. And sometimes, if you listen carefully, you can hear what sounds like instructions being given in a language that doesn't match any human dialect I've ever encountered. The Park Service has a policy regarding these recordings. They're classified as equipment malfunctions and are not to be discussed with anyone outside the department. Rangers who persist in documenting these anomalies often find themselves transferred to other locations or encouraged to seek employment elsewhere. I've lasted 8 years by keeping my mouth shut and doing my job. But 3 weeks ago, something happened that changed everything. Something that made me realize that staying quiet isn't just wrong, it's dangerous. On the morning of October 15, 2024, I received a call that would fundamentally alter my understanding of what we're dealing with at Wolf Lake. The Jameson family, Robert, Susan, and their 16-year-old daughter Victoria, had failed to return from what should have been a simple 2-day hiking trip to Mirror Lake. Robert Jameson was a cardiac surgeon from Denver, methodical and cautious by nature. He'd been visiting Wolf Lake annually for 12 years and knew the trails better than some of our seasonal rangers. Mirror Lake was only 8 miles from the trailhead, a moderate hike that hundreds of families completed safely each year. The Jamesons were experienced, well-equipped, and had filed a detailed itinerary with our office. When they didn't return by 6 p.m. on their scheduled date, we initiated standard protocol. The first search team went out at dawn, led by my colleague Henderson, who'd been with the park for 15 years. They found the Jamesons' car still parked at the Mirror Lake trailhead, undisturbed. No signs of break-in, all their emergency supplies still in the trunk as planned. The trail to Mirror Lake is well maintained and clearly marked. There are only 2 places where hikers commonly get lost. A junction about 3 miles in where the main trail splits toward either Mirror Lake or Cascade Falls, and a rocky area near the lake where the path becomes less defined. Henderson's team checked both locations thoroughly. They found evidence of the Jamesons' passage, boot prints matching their registered shoe sizes, a candy wrapper that Susan Jameson had been carrying, even some disturbed vegetation where Victoria had apparently stepped off the trail to examine wildflowers, but the trail went cold about half a mile before Mirror Lake. The tracks simply vanished, as if the family had been lifted into the air. By the second day, we had 42 people involved in the search, including K-9 units and a helicopter. The dogs were able to follow the scent trail to the same spot where the tracks disappeared. Beyond that point, they showed no interest in any direction. They would approach the area where the trail ended, then sit down and refuse to go further, whining and showing signs of distress. The helicopter thermal imaging detected no heat signatures in the area. We expanded the search to a 15-mile radius, thinking perhaps they'd gotten disoriented and wandered off trail. Grid searches, aerial reconnaissance, even a specialized team rappelling down the cliff faces around Mirror Lake. Nothing. On the third day, I was assigned to check some of the more remote areas that the other teams hadn't covered. I was working alone, which violated standard protocol, but we were stretched thin and desperate. I took the north trail that leads to an area we called Devil's Kitchen, a series of natural rock formations about 12 miles from where the Jamesons were last seen. Devil's Kitchen got its name from the way sound bounces off the rock walls. Even normal conversation creates strange echoes, and the wind passing through the formations produces sounds that can be mistaken for voices. It's not on any official trail map, and most visitors never find it. But experienced hikers sometimes seek it out for the unique acoustic properties. I reached the kitchen around 2 p.m. The area consists of several large sandstone formations arranged in a rough circle, creating a natural amphitheater about 50 yards across. The formations range from 15 to 30 feet high, with narrow passages between them that create the echo effects. As I entered the circle, I immediately noticed something was wrong. The usual wind sounds were absent, replaced by that same oppressive silence I'd experienced at the clearing where we found the Vance family. But this silence felt different, heavier, more deliberate, as if something was actively suppressing sound rather than it simply being absent. I activated my radio to report my location, but received only static. This wasn't unusual in the kitchen due to the surrounding rock formations, so I made a mental note to try again once I was clear of the area. I began a systematic search of the passages between the formations, looking for any sign that the Jamesons might have wandered into the area. It was in the third passage that I found Victoria's backpack. The backpack was wedged into a narrow crevice about 8 feet off the ground, as if it had been thrown or placed there deliberately. The straps were torn, and the contents were scattered across the rocky ground below. I documented everything with my camera before disturbing the scene, then carefully retrieved the pack and gathered the scattered items. Most of Victoria's belongings were there: water bottles, trail mix, a journal, spare socks, her digital camera. But her GPS device was missing, along with her emergency whistle and the bear spray her father had insisted she carry. More disturbing was the condition of the items I found. The water bottles had been drained and refilled with a viscous, dark liquid that smelled like rotting vegetation. The trail mix had been replaced with what appeared to be small bones and dried plant matter I couldn't identify. Victoria's journal provided some insight into their final day. The entries were written in her neat handwriting until the last few pages, where the writing became increasingly erratic. October 14th, 6:30 a.m. Dad woke us up early. Says we need to get moving to reach the lake before the afternoon heat. Mom packed extra water because the weather forecast showed temperatures in the 80s. I'm excited to see Mirror Lake again. Last time we were here, I saw a family of deer drinking at the water's edge. October 14th, 11:45 a.m. Stop for lunch at the rock outcropping Dad calls the Bench. Great view of the valley from here. Mom spotted an eagle circling overhead. I took some photos with my camera. The trail is more overgrown than last year. Dad thinks the Park Service isn't maintaining it as well. October 14th, 2:15 p.m. Something's wrong. We've been hiking for 6 hours, but we haven't reached the lake yet. The trail looks different than I remember. The markers are gone. Dad is getting frustrated. Mom keeps checking her map, but it doesn't seem to match what we're seeing. The next entry was where things became disturbing. October 14th, we're lost. The sun is wrong. It's been setting for hours, but it never gets dark. Dad tried the GPS, but it just shows our location as a blank spot. We can hear water running somewhere ahead of us, so we're going to follow the sound. Maybe it's the lake. October 14th. Found the water. But it's not Mirror Lake. It's a stream that runs uphill. The water is flowing against gravity. Dad says that's impossible, but we can all see it. Mom is crying. I think we should turn back. The final entry was barely legible, the letters shaky and uneven. They want us to follow the water they keep calling from ahead, telling us to come down to the real lake, the one underneath the ground where the old ones sleep. After that, the pages were blank, except for what appeared to be crude drawings of twisted trees and figures that might have been human, but were wrong somehow. Too tall, limbs bent at impossible angles, faces that were just dark smudges with no features. I spent another hour searching Devil's Kitchen, but found no trace of Robert or Susan Jameson. As I prepared to leave, I noticed something that made my skin crawl. In the soft sand at the center of the circle were footprints, lots of them, overlapping and confused, as if people had been walking in circles for hours. But these weren't hiking boot prints. They were bare feet, and they were huge, easily size 15 or larger. Mixed in with the large prints were smaller ones that could have belonged to the Jamesons. But these smaller prints showed signs of being dragged rather than walked. Long scrape marks in the sand, as if the people had been pulled while trying to resist. I followed the drag marks to the largest of the rock formations. At its base was an opening I hadn't noticed before, a crack in the rock just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. The opening descended at a steep angle, disappearing into absolute darkness. The drag marks led directly to this opening and vanished inside. I called out, hoping to hear some response from the depths, but my voice was swallowed by the silence. I dropped a small rock into the opening and counted, waiting to hear it hit bottom. I never heard it land. Standard protocol dictated that I should mark the location and call for backup before exploring any cave systems. But something about the drag marks, the way they suggested urgency and struggle, made me feel like time was critical. I squeezed through the opening and began my descent into the rock formation. The passage was narrow and steep, requiring me to crawl in some sections. My flashlight beam revealed smooth walls that seemed almost melted, as if the rock had been heated to the point of flowing. After about 30 feet, the passage opened into a larger chamber. What I found there violated every law of physics and geology I'd ever learned. The chamber was impossibly vast, easily the size of an airplane hangar, carved from solid rock. But Wolf Lake's sandstone formations aren't large enough to contain such a space. The chamber should have extended far beyond the boundaries of the rock formation above. Scattered across the chamber floor were dozens of personal items, backpacks, clothing, camping gear, jewelry. All of it appeared to have been there for years, covered in a thin layer of dust and what looked like spider webs. But the items represented decades of different styles and brands. I found a Girl Scout badge from a troop that had been disbanded in 1987, a digital camera that hadn't been manufactured until 2018, a park permit stamped with a date from 1983. But the Jamesons weren't there. The chamber was empty of human remains, despite the clear evidence that many people had passed through this space. I spent 20 minutes documenting everything with my camera and collecting a few smaller items as evidence, then began my climb back to the surface. When I emerged from the opening, I was disoriented to find that the sun was setting. According to my watch, I'd been underground for less than an hour, but the light suggested it was near dusk. I'd entered the chamber in mid-afternoon. The drive back to headquarters took 2 hours, during which my radio remained dead. I tried my cell phone but found no signal, which was unusual for that area. It wasn't until I was within 5 miles of the ranger station that my equipment began functioning normally again. My report of the discovery was met with skepticism and concern. My supervisor, Chief Ranger Douglas, questioned why I had violated protocol by entering the cave system alone. When I mentioned the chamber's impossible size and the collection of artifacts, he suggested that I might have become disoriented underground and misjudged the dimensions. The next morning, Douglas led a team back to Devil's Kitchen to investigate my claims. I guided them to the exact location where I'd found the opening in the rock formation. But when we arrived, there was no opening. The rock face was solid, unbroken stone. We spent 3 hours examining every inch of the formation, but found no cracks, no crevices, nothing that could accommodate human passage. Douglas was diplomatic but firm. The stress of the search had affected my judgment, and I should take a few days off to rest. The official report stated that Victoria Jameson's backpack had been found at Devil's Kitchen, but made no mention of an underground chamber or the artifacts I documented. The Jameson family was never found. After 2 weeks, the case was classified as a wilderness disappearance, with the official conclusion that they had become lost and died of exposure in an area too remote to recover their remains. Their disappearance received minimal media coverage, described as a tragic reminder of the dangers of backcountry hiking. But I kept the photographs I'd taken in the chamber, along with the small items I'd collected as evidence. The photos showed exactly what I remembered: the vast underground space, the scattered belongings, the clear evidence of decades of human passage. The items I'd taken included Victoria's emergency whistle and a park permit from 1991. 3 days after the official search was called off, I received an anonymous package at my home address. Inside was a handwritten note: "Stop looking. Stop asking questions. Stop remembering. This is your only warning." The note was unsigned, but the paper was official Park Service stationery. That night, someone broke into my house. Nothing was stolen, but my computer hard drive had been wiped clean. The physical evidence I'd collected from the chamber was gone, along with the photographs I'd printed. Only the digital copies hidden on a backup drive at my office remained. I realized then that whatever was happening at Wolf Lake wasn't just a natural phenomenon. There were people involved, people within the Park Service who were actively covering up these incidents, people who were willing to break into a ranger's home to destroy evidence. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, I've been more careful about my documentation, more selective about who I trust. But I've also been more determined to understand what's really happening here. Because the Jameson incident wasn't an isolated occurrence. It was part of a pattern that stretches back decades, involving hundreds of missing persons and a systematic cover-up by the very people tasked with protecting public safety. After the Jameson incident, I began to pay closer attention to the strange audio recordings that our equipment captured during routine patrols. What I discovered was that these recordings weren't random equipment malfunctions, as the Park Service claimed. They were consistent, patterned, and somehow connected to the disappearances. Every ranger carries a digital voice recorder as standard equipment. We're supposed to use them for documenting wildlife observations, noting trail conditions, and recording incident reports. The recordings are uploaded to the park database each week as part of our regular reporting protocol. Most rangers record hours of mundane observations, weather conditions, animal sightings, maintenance needs. But sometimes, when you play back these recordings, you hear things that weren't audible during the actual patrol. Voices, sounds, conversations that none of us remember hearing in the field. The official explanation is that the recording equipment occasionally picks up radio transmissions from other agencies, or that atmospheric conditions can cause sound to carry from distant sources. I started keeping copies of my recordings before uploading them to the park database. What I found was that the database versions were often different from the originals. Sections would be missing, or the audio quality would be degraded to the point where the anomalous sounds were no longer audible. Someone was editing the recordings before they were archived. The first recording that really caught my attention was from a routine patrol I'd conducted in September, 2 weeks before the Jameson family disappeared. I was documenting a beaver dam that had caused flooding on the North Point Trail, about 15 miles from any visitor areas. The recording should have contained only my voice describing the dam's construction and its impact on the trail drainage. But when I played back the original recording, there was something else. About 3 minutes into my documentation of the beaver dam, a child's voice could be heard in the background, singing what sounded like a nursery rhyme. The voice was clear and distinct, but I have no memory of hearing it during the patrol. The area where I was working was miles from any camping areas, and I hadn't encountered any families with children that day. The child was singing, "Round and round the mulberry bush, the monkey chased the weasel." The monkey thought, "'Twas all in fun, pop goes the weasel." But the melody was wrong. Slower, more mournful, like a funeral dirge. And the voice had an odd quality to it, as if it were coming from very far away or from underwater. I isolated the audio and played it for Henderson, who had been with the park for 15 years. He went pale when he heard it and told me that he'd been hearing similar voices on his recordings for years. But when he'd brought it to the attention of previous supervisors, he'd been told to stop discussing it or face disciplinary action. Henderson agreed to share some of his archived recordings with me, and what I heard was disturbing. Hours of audio containing voices that shouldn't have been there, children calling for help in areas where no children were missing, adults having conversations about events that hadn't occurred yet, and sometimes what sounded like radio transmissions in languages that didn't match any human dialect. One recording from 2019 contained a clear conversation between two adult males discussing a family that would go missing 3 weeks later. The voices described the family's planned route, their camping equipment, even specific details about their vehicle that wouldn't be available to the public. But the conversation was recorded in an area where Henderson had been working alone, documenting fire damage from the previous summer. Another recording from 2021 contained what sounded like a distress call from a missing hiker named Kevin Brock. Brock had disappeared during a solo backpacking trip, and despite extensive searches, his body was never found. But the recording captured his voice, clearly identifying himself and describing his location, a location that searchers had checked multiple times without finding any trace of him. The most disturbing recording was from my own equipment, captured during a patrol last month. I was checking backcountry campsites in the Willowbrook area, a routine inspection that should have taken about 4 hours. The recording captured normal sounds for the first 2 hours. My voice noting campsite conditions, occasional bird calls, the sound of my boots on the trail. But then something changed. About 2.5 hours into the recording, my voice began describing things I don't remember seeing. I was apparently documenting a campsite that contained a family of 4, describing their tent setup, their camping equipment, even commenting on how well organized their site was. But I have no memory of encountering any campers that day, and my written report shows that all the backcountry sites I checked were empty. The recording continued for another hour, with my voice having what sounded like a conversation with these invisible campers. I was giving them advice about bear safety, recommending hiking trails, discussing weather conditions. At one point, I apparently helped them identify a bird they'd seen, explaining the feeding habits of mountain bluebirds in detail. But the most chilling part was the end of the recording. My voice gradually became more distorted, as if I were moving away from the microphone or speaking through some sort of barrier. The last clear words I spoke were, "Yes, I understand. I'll make sure no one finds them. The arrangement will be honored." I have no memory of speaking those words. I don't remember any conversation with campers, any discussion about arrangements, any promise to keep something hidden. But it's definitely my voice on the recording, speaking with my normal inflection and vocabulary. When I checked the park database the next week, the uploaded version of my recording had been edited. The sections containing the conversation with the invisible campers had been removed, leaving only my routine documentation of empty campsites. The official record showed a normal patrol with no unusual incidents. I began to wonder if these recordings were capturing something more than just audio anomalies. What if they were documenting events that existed in some parallel version of reality? What if the missing persons cases weren't just people getting lost in the wilderness, but people slipping between different versions of Wolf Lake? The theory sounds insane, but it's the only explanation that accounts for all the evidence. The bodies found in impossible locations, the families discovered in catatonic states with no memory of their experience, the chambers that exist underground but can't be found again, the recordings that capture events that didn't happen in our version of reality. 3 weeks ago, I made a decision that violated every protocol and probably ended my career. I began deliberately seeking out the locations where these audio anomalies were most common, carrying multiple recording devices and trying to document what was really happening during these incidents. What I discovered was that certain areas of Wolf Lake exist in a state of dimensional instability. Places where the barriers between different versions of reality are thin enough for people to slip through accidentally. And there are entities in these alternate versions that have learned to exploit these weak points, drawing people in for purposes I'm only beginning to understand. The Park Service knows about this. They've known for decades. The cover-ups, the edited recordings, the systematic suppression of evidence. It's all part of a larger effort to keep the public from learning that Wolf Lake is fundamentally unsafe in ways that can't be explained by conventional science. But the cover-up has allowed the problem to get worse. Each year, more people disappear. Each year, the dimensional barriers become more unstable. And each year, the entities on the other side become more aggressive in their efforts to draw people through. I've documented 17 separate incidents in the past month alone. 17 times when recording equipment captured events that didn't occur in our reality. And based on the pattern I'm seeing, I believe we're approaching some kind of critical point, a time when the barriers between realities might collapse entirely. What I found in my most recent recording suggests that this critical point might be only days away. The breakthrough came when I realized that the scattered incidents across Wolf Lake weren't random. They followed a pattern, occurring at specific locations that formed a geometric network across the park's 847 square miles. When I plotted all the disappearances, strange discoveries, and audio anomalies on a topographical map, I found that they aligned with underground geological features that weren't in any of the park's official documentation. It started with Dr. Margaret Simmons, a geology professor from the University of Colorado, who had been studying Wolf Lake's mineral formations for her research on volcanic activity in the region. Dr. Simmons had obtained permits to conduct ground-penetrating radar surveys in several areas of the park, looking for underground magma chambers that might indicate future volcanic activity. What she found instead was a network of hollow spaces beneath Wolf Lake that defied geological explanation. Chambers, tunnels, and caverns that extended far beyond what the surface rock formations could contain. Some of these underground spaces were enormous, larger than sports stadiums, existing at depths that should have been solid bedrock. Dr. Simmons brought her findings to the Park Service in early 2023, excited about the potential for discovering new cave systems that could be developed for public tours. She was told that her research was mistaken, that her equipment had malfunctioned, and that she was not authorized to conduct further surveys. Her permits were revoked, and she was banned from the park. But before she left, Dr. Simmons shared her findings with me. She had been troubled by the Park Service's reaction to her discovery, and wanted someone within the organization to have access to her data. The underground network she had mapped corresponded exactly with the locations where people had disappeared over the past 20 years. Every single disappearance in Wolf Lake had occurred within a quarter-mile of one of these underground chambers. Every location where we'd found bodies in impossible positions was directly above a mapped cavern. Every site where audio equipment had captured anomalous recordings was connected to the subterranean network. Dr. Simmons had also discovered something else. The underground chambers weren't natural. The radar signatures showed perfectly geometric shapes, smooth walls, and structural features that indicated deliberate construction. Someone or something had excavated these spaces, creating an artificial network beneath Wolf Lake that connected almost every area of the park. Armed with this information, I began to understand what I'd experienced in Devil's Kitchen. The chamber I'd found beneath the rock formation was part of this larger network. The reason the opening had vanished when the official search team returned was that it had been deliberately sealed from the inside. I decided to use Dr. Simmons's data to access the network through a different entrance. Her radar surveys had identified 17 possible access points, most of them in remote areas that were rarely visited by the public. I chose a location in the Greystone Valley, about 35 miles from park headquarters, where the underground chamber was relatively close to the surface. The valley was accessible only by an old mining road that had been abandoned since the 1960s. According to park records, it was scheduled for regular patrols only twice each year. The underground chamber beneath the valley was one of the largest Dr. Simmons had detected, roughly the size of a football field, and positioned only 20 feet below the surface. I told my supervisor that I was taking a personal day to visit my sister in Denver, then drove to Greystone Valley with enough equipment to spend 24 hours underground if necessary. I brought multiple light sources, emergency food and water, communication equipment, and every recording device I could carry. The entrance to the underground chamber was hidden beneath a rockfall that appeared natural but showed signs of deliberate arrangement. Moving the smaller rocks revealed a narrow passage that descended at a steep angle, similar to what I'd found at Devil's Kitchen, but larger and more accessible. The passage opened into the chamber Dr. Simmons had detected, but her radar survey hadn't revealed the most disturbing aspect of the space. The chamber wasn't empty. It was filled with structures that defied easy description. Geometric forms that seemed to shift and change when observed directly, surfaces that reflected light in ways that suggested they were made of materials not found on Earth. The structures were arranged in precise patterns, creating corridors and spaces that led deeper into the underground network. Some of the surfaces contained what appeared to be writing or symbols, but the characters were unlike any human alphabet. They seemed to move when observed, rearranging themselves in different patterns that might have conveyed different meanings. But the most disturbing discovery was the evidence of human habitation. Throughout the chamber were personal items that clearly belonged to people who had disappeared from Wolf Lake over the years. But these weren't scattered randomly like the artifacts I'd found at Devil's Kitchen. They were arranged carefully, almost respectfully, as if someone had been collecting and preserving them. I found Robert Jameson's wallet in a small alcove, positioned next to items that belonged to the Vance family. Victoria Jameson's GPS device was mounted on what appeared to be a wall display, alongside dozens of other electronic devices that belonged to missing persons. The display seemed to be organized chronologically, with older items like analog watches and film cameras positioned on the left, progressing to modern smartphones and digital cameras on the right. The implications were horrifying. Someone or something had been systematically collecting trophies from the people who disappeared in Wolf Lake. The collection represented decades of missing persons cases, hundreds of individuals who had vanished without explanation. As I moved deeper into the chamber, I began to understand the true scope of the underground network. Passages led off in multiple directions, some descending to lower levels, others ascending toward different surface access points. The entire network was illuminated by a soft, pale light that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, providing just enough visibility to navigate safely. Following one of the main corridors, I discovered that the network extended far beyond Wolf Lake's official boundaries. The passages connected to chambers beneath neighboring wilderness areas, creating a subterranean highway system that could allow someone to travel hundreds of miles underground without ever appearing on the surface. It was in one of these deeper chambers that I found evidence of the current inhabitants of the network. The space was clearly being used as living quarters, furnished with items that had been taken from the surface world but arranged in ways that suggested non-human occupants. Sleeping areas that were too small for adult humans but too large for children. Furniture that was positioned at angles that would be uncomfortable for people with normal joint mobility. Most disturbing were the food storage areas, caches of preserved meat that included recognizable human teeth and bone fragments. Water containers filled with liquid that smelled like the dark substance I'd found in Victoria Jameson's water bottles. And everywhere, the strange symbols that seemed to move and change when observed directly. I was documenting these discoveries with my camera when I heard sounds from the corridor I'd used to enter the chamber. Footsteps, but with an odd rhythm. Too many steps per stride, as if the walker had more than 2 legs. And voices, speaking in the same language I'd heard on the anomalous recordings, but clearer and more distinct than any previous audio capture. I shut off my flashlight and tried to hide among the strange furniture, but the voices were getting closer. They seemed to be having a conversation about something they called the harvest, discussing numbers and dates that corresponded to upcoming park events. They mentioned specific families who had camping reservations, describing their equipment and planned routes with accuracy that suggested extensive surveillance. The footsteps entered the chamber where I was hiding, and I could see shapes moving in the pale light that emanated from the walls. The shapes were roughly human in size, but wrong in proportions, too tall, with limbs that bent in directions that human joints don't allow. They moved with a fluid grace that was beautiful and terrifying at the same time. One of the shapes approached my hiding spot, and I was certain I would be discovered. But instead of investigating, it began rearranging some of the trophy displays, adding items I hadn't seen before. A child's backpack that looked like it belonged to someone who had disappeared very recently. A park ranger's radio that I recognized as the model currently issued to staff. The voices continued their discussion, and I began to understand that these entities were responsible for the disappearances in Wolf Lake. They were systematically harvesting humans from the surface, bringing them down to the underground network for purposes that I couldn't fully comprehend from their alien language. But I also understood that they weren't working alone. References to the arrangement and surface collaborators made it clear that there were people within the Park Service who were facilitating these activities. People who edited the recordings, suppressed evidence, and ensured that the investigations never revealed the truth. I spent 4 hours hidden in that chamber, documenting everything I could see and hear. The entities eventually left, but their conversation had provided enough information to understand that something significant was planned for the upcoming weekend. Wolf Lake was expecting its largest group of visitors since the summer season. Over 3,000 people registered for camping and hiking permits for the Columbus Day weekend. The entities referred to this as the Grand Harvest, discussing it with an excitement that suggested this was an event they had been planning for years. They mentioned specific locations where they would be collecting, all of them corresponding to popular camping areas and trailheads. When I finally emerged from the underground network, it was nearly dawn. The drive back to park headquarters took 2 hours, during which I tried to process what I had learned and decide how to respond. The evidence I had gathered was overwhelming, but I knew that reporting it through official channels would result in the same cover-up that had buried previous discoveries. Instead, I decided to take action on my own. I began warning people directly, approaching campers and hikers to tell them about the dangers they faced. Most of them thought I was either joking or having a mental breakdown. Some reported my behavior to park management, resulting in an official reprimand and a mandatory psychological evaluation. The psychological evaluation was conducted by Dr. Patricia Kemp, a psychiatrist who had been working with the Park Service for over a decade. During our session, she asked detailed questions about my experiences, my recordings, and my theories about what was happening at Wolf Lake. She seemed genuinely interested in my answers, taking extensive notes and asking for clarification on specific points. At the end of the session, Dr. Kemp told me that my experiences were consistent with a stress-related condition that was common among rangers who worked in remote areas for extended periods. She prescribed medication and recommended 2 weeks of leave to rest and recover. She also asked me to avoid discussing my theories with other staff members or park visitors, as this could damage public confidence in park safety. But as I was leaving her office, Dr. Kemp made a comment that froze my blood. The arrangement has been working well for many years. It would be unfortunate if someone's individual concerns disrupted a system that serves the greater good. She knew Dr. Kemp was one of the surface collaborators using her position to identify and neutralize rangers who discovered the truth. The psychological evaluation wasn't meant to help me. It was meant to assess whether I could be controlled or needed to be eliminated. That night, I made copies of all my evidence and hid them in multiple locations. I also wrote detailed accounts of everything I had discovered, leaving copies with trusted friends outside the Park Service. If something happened to me, the truth would still be available to people who might be able to take action. 3 days later, I received a transfer order. I was being reassigned to a desk job at park headquarters, effective immediately. My patrol duties were suspended pending the results of my psychological evaluation. I would no longer have access to the remote areas of Wolf Lake where I had made my discoveries. But the transfer order came too late. I had already made plans for Columbus Day weekend. Plans that would either expose the truth about Wolf Lake or get me killed in the attempt. Columbus Day weekend 2024 was supposed to be my last chance to document the truth about Wolf Lake before being transferred to a desk job. What actually happened was worse than anything I could have imagined. A systematic harvesting of human beings conducted with the full knowledge and cooperation of Park Service management. I had spent the previous week studying the patterns in the underground network, cross-referencing Dr. Simmons's geological data with historical disappearance records and the entities' overheard conversations. The locations they had mentioned as collection points during the Grand Harvest were all popular camping areas that would be packed with families during the holiday weekend. Firebird Campground was their primary target. Located in a scenic valley beside Wolf Lake itself, Firebird was the park's largest developed camping area, with 127 sites that were fully booked for the 3-day weekend. The campground was positioned directly above one of the largest underground chambers in the network, with multiple access points that could be used to move people without being seen. On Friday evening, I positioned myself on the ridge overlooking Firebird Campground with a full set of surveillance equipment. My official assignment was to conduct a desk audit of camping permits, but I had called in sick and was working independently. If I was caught, it would probably end my career. But the alternative was allowing hundreds of people to disappear without anyone knowing what had happened to them. The campground filled up quickly as families arrived for the long weekend. By sunset, nearly every site was occupied, with RVs, tents, and camping equipment scattered across the valley floor. Children played in the open areas while their parents set up campsites, and the normal sounds of families enjoying the outdoors echoed off the surrounding hills. Everything appeared completely normal until approximately 10:30 p.m., when the first signs of the harvest began. It started with the lights. The campground was equipped with standard electrical service, providing power to the RV sites and scattered light posts throughout the area. But at 10:30, all the electrical systems began to malfunction. Not a complete power failure, but an irregular dimming and brightening that created a strobe-like effect across the entire campground. The campers initially treated it as a minor inconvenience, joking about government electrical systems and making plans to use flashlights and lanterns. But the light fluctuations were having a more subtle effect. Through my binoculars, I could see that people were becoming disoriented, moving more slowly, their interactions becoming less animated. Within 30 minutes, the campground had become eerily quiet. Families that had been laughing and talking around campfires were now sitting in silence, staring at the flickering lights with blank expressions. Children stopped playing and stood motionless beside their parents, all of them gazing upward at the malfunctioning light posts. At 11:15, the access points opened. I had expected the entities to emerge from the underground network through hidden entrances in the forest, but what actually happened was far more sophisticated. The ground itself began to open in several locations throughout the campground, revealing perfectly circular holes that descended into the underground chambers. But these weren't rough cave openings. They were smooth, precisely engineered access points that appeared to be operated by some kind of mechanical system. As they opened, soft light emanated from the depths, and the strange symbols I had seen on the underground walls appeared around the rim of each opening, glowing with the same pale illumination. The campers showed no surprise or alarm at these developments. Instead, they began to move toward the openings with the same blank expressions they had worn while staring at the lights. Families walked hand in hand to the edge of the holes and began to descend, disappearing into the underground network without any sign of resistance or fear. I was documenting everything with my camera when I realized that something was wrong with the family's behavior. They weren't moving like people who had been hypnotized or drugged. They were moving like people who had been expecting this to happen, as if they had been given instructions they were now following. Through my telephoto lens, I could see that some of the adults were carrying equipment that hadn't been part of their original camping gear. Emergency supplies, additional clothing, and other items that suggested they had been preparing for an extended journey underground. They weren't being kidnapped. They were following a predetermined plan. At 11:45, I saw something that explained everything I had witnessed over the past 8 years. A group of people in Park Service uniforms emerged from the forest and began moving through the campground, helping to organize the families and direct them toward the access points. They were working with the entities, facilitating the harvest with the efficiency of a well-practiced routine. One of the uniformed figures was Dr. Patricia Kemp, the psychiatrist who had conducted my evaluation. Another was Henderson, the veteran ranger who had shared his recordings with me. And leading the group was Chief Ranger Douglas, directing the operation with the calm authority of someone who had done this many times before. They weren't reluctant participants or unwilling collaborators. They were active partners in the systematic abduction of park visitors, working with non-human entities to harvest people for purposes that I still couldn't fully understand. I was so focused on documenting the activities in the campground that I almost missed the approach of the extraction team. 3 figures in ranger uniforms were climbing the ridge toward my position, moving with the inhuman grace I had observed in the underground chambers. They had detected my surveillance and were coming to collect me. I packed my equipment quickly and began to retreat toward my vehicle, but the extraction team was faster than normal humans. They reached my position within minutes, and I found myself surrounded by entities wearing the faces of people I recognized. Park rangers who had disappeared over the years, their appearances somehow preserved and worn by the creatures from the underground network. The entity wearing Ranger Morrison's face spoke in Morrison's voice. "You have seen enough. You will come with us now. The arrangement requires your cooperation." Morrison had vanished during a routine patrol in 2019, and his body had never been found. Now I understood why. I tried to run, but the extraction team moved with coordinated precision, cutting off every escape route. They didn't use force or violence. They simply positioned themselves in ways that made it impossible for me to avoid capture. It was like being herded by predators who understood human psychology well enough to manipulate my movements without direct confrontation. They escorted me down the ridge toward the campground, where the harvest was nearing completion. Most of the camping families had already descended into the underground network, leaving behind empty campsites with all their equipment still in place. The scene looked like a mass evacuation, but there were no signs of panic or struggle. As we approached the largest access point, I could see into the depths of the underground chamber. The families were being organized into groups and led through different passages, presumably to different destinations within the network. The process was systematic and orderly, conducted with the efficiency of an organization that had been perfecting this procedure for decades. Dr. Kemp approached our group as we reached the access point. She looked at me with what appeared to be genuine sympathy. "I'm sorry it had to be this way. We tried to give you opportunities to walk away, to accept a transfer and leave the questions unasked. But you were too persistent, too committed to finding the truth." She gestured toward the underground chamber. "What you've discovered isn't evil, it's necessary. The entities you've encountered aren't invaders or parasites. They're partners in a mutually beneficial arrangement that has been in place for over 50 years. They provide us with resources and knowledge that have advanced human civilization in ways the public could never understand. In exchange, we provide them with what they need to survive." I asked what they needed the people for. What happened to the families who disappeared into the underground network? Dr. Kemp's expression became more serious. "Some questions are better left unanswered. What matters is that the arrangement serves the greater good. The resources we receive are used to fund research, to advance technology, to solve problems that affect millions of people. The sacrifice of a few hundred individuals each year is a reasonable price to pay for benefits that improve life for everyone else." The rationalization was chilling in its calm logic. These weren't deranged individuals acting on psychotic impulses. They were rational people who had made a calculated decision to trade human lives for abstract benefits. They had convinced themselves that the arrangement was morally justified because it served a larger purpose. As they prepared to escort me into the underground chamber, I made a desperate attempt to create a distraction. I activated the emergency beacon on my radio, broadcasting a distress signal that would be picked up by every ranger station in the region. I also triggered my camera's automatic upload function, sending the last batch of photos directly to a cloud storage account that wasn't monitored by the Park Service. The distraction worked long enough for me to break away from the extraction team and run toward the forest. But instead of pursuing me, they simply waited. Within minutes, I was surrounded again, this time by a larger group that included Chief Ranger Douglas and several other park officials. Douglas spoke with the weary tone of someone explaining something to a particularly slow child. "The distress signal has been received and canceled. The photos you uploaded have been intercepted and deleted. Every communication you've made tonight has been monitored and controlled. Did you really think you were the first ranger to discover the truth? Did you think we hadn't planned for this situation?" He was right. Every step I had taken, every discovery I had made, had been anticipated and managed. The entities and their human collaborators had been operating for decades, and they had extensive experience in dealing with individuals who stumbled onto their activities. But as they escorted me toward the access point, something unexpected happened. The emergency beacon I had activated was picked up by a search and rescue team from the neighboring state forest, a group that wasn't part of the Wolf Lake conspiracy. They arrived just as the harvest was completing, flying low over the campground in a helicopter equipped with thermal imaging and spotlights. The pilot reported what he saw to the State Emergency Management Office, an evacuation in progress at Firebird Campground, with multiple people being led into what appeared to be cave openings in the ground. The report triggered a multi-agency response that included state police, federal emergency management, and media outlets. Within 2 hours, Wolf Lake was swarming with investigators, reporters, and rescue teams. The Park Service tried to explain the situation as a planned evacuation due to a gas leak, but the story didn't hold up under scrutiny. There was no evidence of gas leaks, no explanation for the circular openings in the ground, and no account of where the evacuated families had been taken. The investigation revealed that 347 people had been registered for camping permits at Firebird Campground that weekend, but only 23 individuals could be located. The remaining 324 people had vanished without explanation, leaving behind all their personal belongings and vehicles. It was the largest mass disappearance in U.S. history. The story became national news within hours, generating intense media coverage and public demands for answers. The Park Service's attempted cover-up collapsed under the pressure of external investigation, and several officials, including Chief Ranger Douglas and Dr. Patricia Kemp, were arrested on charges of conspiracy and endangering public safety. But the arrested officials never revealed the truth about the underground network or their arrangement with the entities. They insisted that the disappearances were the result of a natural disaster that had caused a sinkhole to open beneath the campground, swallowing the missing families. They claimed that the investigation would eventually find the bodies in underground caves, but that the search was complicated by unstable geological conditions. The access points had been sealed by the time the external investigators arrived, filled with concrete and disguised to look like natural geological features. The underground chambers detected by Dr. Simmons's radar surveys were explained as natural cave systems that posed no threat to public safety. The extensive network she had mapped was dismissed as a misinterpretation of normal geological formations. I was one of the few witnesses to what had actually happened, and my testimony was crucial to the investigation. But I was also a Park Service employee whose mental health had been questioned by the organization's official psychiatrist. My credibility was compromised by the very system I was trying to expose. The federal investigation eventually concluded that the Columbus Day incident was the result of gross negligence and cover-up by Park Service officials, but found no evidence of the systematic conspiracy I described. The missing families were declared victims of a natural disaster, and their cases were closed without resolution. Wolf Lake National Park was shut down indefinitely while the investigation continued, and all personnel were reassigned to other locations. The park's closure was described as a temporary safety measure, while geological surveys were conducted to ensure that similar incidents wouldn't occur in the future. But I knew that the closure was really an opportunity for the entities and their human collaborators to relocate their operations to other wilderness areas. The arrangement hadn't been ended. It had simply been moved to locations where it would be harder to detect and expose. 2 years have passed since the Columbus Day incident, and I'm still trying to understand what I witnessed that night. The official investigation is closed, the media has moved on to other stories, and the families who disappeared have been largely forgotten by everyone except their relatives. But the underground network is still there, extending beneath Wolf Lake and connecting to similar systems in wilderness areas across the country. The entities are still harvesting humans, and there are still people within government agencies who are facilitating their activities in exchange for benefits that the public will never know about. The arrangement continues, and more people disappear every year. After Wolf Lake was closed, I was transferred to Glacier National Park in Montana, officially to help with their visitor safety program. In reality, it was exile, a way to isolate me from the ongoing investigation while keeping me within the system where my activities could be monitored. But the transfer also gave me access to records and resources that revealed the true scope of what I had discovered. The arrangement wasn't limited to Wolf Lake. It existed in wilderness areas across the United States, managed by a network of federal employees who had been facilitating these activities for decades. The entities I had encountered were part of a larger population that had established underground colonies beneath multiple national parks and forests. My new supervisor at Glacier was Deputy Chief Ranger Agnes Thornfield, a woman who had worked in the Park Service for over 30 years. During my first week, she made it clear that she was aware of my history and the circumstances of my transfer. She also made it clear that she expected me to focus on my assigned duties and avoid the kind of disruptive investigations that had caused problems at Wolf Lake. But Thornfield was different from the collaborators I had encountered at Wolf Lake. She wasn't actively facilitating the entity's activities. She was simply someone who had learned to look the other way when strange things happened. Her attitude was one of resigned acceptance rather than active participation. During a private conversation in her office, she explained how the system worked. Every park has incidents that can't be explained by conventional methods: missing persons who vanish without trace, bodies found in impossible locations, equipment that malfunctions in ways that don't make sense. Most rangers learn to document these incidents according to official protocols and avoid asking too many questions. She leaned back in her chair, looking tired. The ones who persist in investigating these incidents either get transferred to desk jobs like you, or they disappear entirely. There's a whole network of people whose job it is to manage rangers who discover too much. Some get reassigned, some get discredited, some get eliminated. Thornfield opened a filing cabinet and pulled out a thick folder. These are the records of rangers who have been removed from service over the past 20 years. 43 people who asked too many questions or discovered too much evidence. Officially, they resigned, transferred to other agencies, or died in accidents. Unofficially, they were neutralized by the same system you encountered at Wolf Lake. The folder contained personnel files for rangers who had worked at parks across the country. All of them had documented incidents similar to what I had experienced. Strange recordings, impossible discoveries, evidence that pointed to systematic cover-ups. And all of them had eventually been removed from their positions through various means. Some had been transferred multiple times until they finally gave up and resigned. Others had been subjected to psychological evaluations that concluded they were unfit for duty. A few had died in accidents that seemed suspicious but couldn't be proven to be anything more than bad luck. The system has been in place since the 1970s, Thornfield continued. It started as a way to manage public relations around unexplained incidents in national parks. But over time, it evolved into something more sophisticated. The people who run it realized that they could use these incidents to their advantage, trading cooperation for resources that benefit their other projects. She showed me documents that revealed the financial structure behind the arrangement. Entities from the underground networks provided rare minerals, advanced materials, and other resources that were used to fund black-budget research projects. In exchange, the Park Service provided access to wilderness areas and helped facilitate the entity's harvesting activities. The resources they provide are worth billions of dollars, Thornfield explained. Materials that don't exist anywhere else on Earth, substances that have properties our scientists don't understand. These materials are used in military research, medical development, technological advancement. The public benefits from these discoveries without ever knowing where they came from. The rationalization was similar to what Dr. Kemp had told me at Wolf Lake, but Thornfield seemed less convinced of its moral justification. She continued to participate in the system, but more out of self-preservation than ideological commitment. "I'm telling you this because you need to understand the reality of your situation," she said. "You've seen too much to ever be trusted with normal duties again. Your choice is to accept a desk job and keep quiet about what you know, or to continue investigating and face the consequences." But she also gave me something that the Wolf Lake conspirators hadn't: information about other rangers who were quietly working to expose the system. People who had discovered pieces of the truth and were documenting evidence while avoiding the attention of the management network. "There are others like you," she said quietly. "Rangers who know that something is wrong but haven't been neutralized yet. If you're careful, if you're smart about how you communicate, you might be able to work with them. But if you get caught, I can't protect you." Over the following months, I made contact with 17 other rangers across the country who were investigating similar phenomena. We communicated through encrypted channels and met in person only when absolutely necessary. What we discovered was that the underground network extended far beyond what any of us had imagined. The entities had established colonies beneath at least 37 national parks and forests, connected by tunnels that spanned thousands of miles. The network included manufacturing facilities where they processed the resources they extracted from Earth, research stations where they studied human behavior and biology, and storage areas where they kept the people they harvested from the surface world. But the most disturbing discovery was that the harvesting wasn't random. The entities were conducting systematic experiments on human subjects, studying everything from genetics to psychology to social behavior. The people who disappeared from national parks weren't being killed. They were being kept alive for research purposes. We found evidence that some of the missing persons had been underground for years, used as test subjects in experiments that ranged from medical research to psychological manipulation. The entities were learning how to control human behavior, how to modify human genetics, how to create hybrid offspring that combined human and non-human characteristics. The research was being conducted with the full knowledge and cooperation of certain government agencies who received the results of these experiments in exchange for continued access to wilderness areas. The medical breakthroughs, technological advances, and scientific discoveries that emerged from this research were integrated into legitimate programs and presented to the public as the result of conventional investigation. One of the rangers in our network, a man named David Torres who worked at Yosemite, had discovered a document that outlined the ultimate goal of the arrangement. The entities weren't just studying humans, they were preparing to replace them. The harvesting, the experiments, the research were all part of a long-term project to develop hybrid beings that could function in both the surface world and the underground network. They're planning to phase out pure humans over the next century, Torres explained during one of our encrypted communications. The hybrids will be stronger, more intelligent, more adaptable to the environmental changes that are coming. They'll inherit the Earth while the original human population is gradually eliminated. The document Torres had found suggested that the entities had been working toward this goal for over 200 years, establishing their underground colonies and studying human civilization in preparation for the eventual takeover. The arrangement with government agencies was just the most recent phase of a plan that had been in development since the 1800s. But our investigation also revealed weaknesses in the system. The entities depended on human collaborators to access surface resources and manage public relations around their activities. If enough people learned the truth, if the collaboration could be exposed and ended, the entities would lose their ability to operate openly. We began planning a coordinated release of information that would make it impossible for the government to continue the cover-up. Documents, photographs, recordings, testimony from multiple sources across the country. Everything we had gathered would be released simultaneously to media outlets, law enforcement agencies, and international organizations. But before we could implement our plan, the system struck back. David Torres disappeared during a routine patrol at Yosemite, along with 2 other rangers who had been part of our investigation. Their disappearances were explained as accidents, but we knew they had been neutralized because they had become too dangerous to the arrangement. Within a week, half of our network had been compromised. Rangers were transferred, discredited, or eliminated with the efficiency of an organization that had extensive experience in managing threats to their operations. I realized that our communications had been monitored and our activities had been tracked from the beginning. Thornfield called me into her office after the wave of neutralizations began. "You need to make a choice. Stop the investigation and accept transfer to a desk job in Washington, or continue and face the same fate as your colleagues. The system is bigger than you realize, and it has resources you can't match." But she also slipped me a piece of paper with an address and a phone number. "If you choose to continue, there are people outside the Park Service who might be able to help. But contacting them will be the point of no return. Once you reach out to them, you'll be completely outside the system and there won't be any protection." The address was for a research facility in Nevada that specialized in unexplained phenomena. The phone number belonged to Dr. Elizabeth Warren, a physicist who had been studying dimensional anomalies for the past 15 years. According to the information Thornfield had given me, Dr. Warren had been investigating the same entities I had encountered, but from a scientific rather than law enforcement perspective. I made the decision to contact Dr. Warren, knowing that it would end any possibility of working within the system to expose the truth. But I also knew that the system was too well established and too well protected to be challenged from within. The conversation with Dr. Warren lasted 3 hours and changed my understanding of everything I had experienced. The entities weren't native to Earth. They were visitors from another dimension who had been establishing colonies in wilderness areas for centuries. The underground networks weren't just hiding places, they were dimensional gateways that allowed the entities to travel between their world and ours. What you've discovered is part of a much larger phenomenon, Dr. Warren explained. These entities exist in a parallel dimension that overlaps with our own in certain locations. Wilderness areas with specific geological characteristics create weak points between dimensions, allowing the entities to establish permanent settlements in our world. The harvesting of humans served multiple purposes. The entities needed genetic material to adapt to Earth's environment. They required human subjects to understand our civilization, and they used human collaborators to manage the complex logistics of maintaining their hidden colonies. But they're not the only ones, Dr. Warren continued. There are at least 17 different species from various dimensions that have established colonies on Earth. The ones you encountered are just the most organized and the most successful at integrating with human institutions. Dr. Warren's research facility was part of an international network of scientists and investigators who were studying dimensional anomalies and their effects on human civilization. They had evidence that dimensional visitors had been influencing human development for thousands of years, but their research was systematically suppressed by the same government agencies that were collaborating with the entities. "We're fighting a war that most people don't even know exists," she said. "A war for the future of human civilization against forces that have been planning our replacement for centuries. The Park Service arrangement is just one front in a much larger conflict." She offered me the opportunity to join their research network to help expose the truth about dimensional visitors and their influence on Earth. But she also warned me that the work would be dangerous, that the entities had resources and capabilities that exceeded anything I had encountered at Wolf Lake. "If you join us, you'll be hunted by the same system that eliminated your colleagues," she said. "But you'll also have access to resources and allies that can help protect you. The choice is yours." I accepted her offer, officially resigning from the Park Service and disappearing into the underground network of researchers and investigators who were fighting to expose the truth. But I also knew that my work at Wolf Lake had been just the beginning of a much larger and more dangerous investigation. The entities were still harvesting humans from wilderness areas across the country. The underground network was still expanding, reaching into new areas and establishing new colonies. And the government agencies that were supposed to protect the public were actively facilitating these activities in exchange for resources and technology. The war for the future of human civilization was being fought in the shadows, and most people didn't even know it existed. Dr. Warren's research facility in Nevada was unlike anything I had imagined. Built into a mountain complex that had once housed a military installation, it contained laboratories, libraries, and living quarters for over 200 researchers from around the world. The facility was completely self-sufficient, with its own power generation, water supply, and food production systems. But what made the facility truly extraordinary was its purpose. It was designed as a fortress against dimensional invasion. Every surface was covered with symbols and materials that prevented dimensional entities from entering or establishing gateways. The entire complex existed in a state of dimensional stability that made it invisible to the monitoring systems used by the entities and their human collaborators. "We've been preparing for this fight for over 40 years, Dr. Warren explained as she gave me a tour of the facility. "Ever since we realized that the unexplained phenomena in wilderness areas weren't random incidents, they were part of a systematic colonization effort by beings from other dimensions. The facility's main laboratory contained equipment that could detect dimensional anomalies, monitor entity activity, and track the expansion of underground networks. Banks of computers processed data from monitoring stations positioned near dimensional weak points around the world, creating a real-time map of entity activity. What the map revealed was terrifying. The entities I had encountered at Wolf Lake were part of a network that included over 300 active colonies in wilderness areas across 6 continents. The underground tunnel systems connected these colonies, allowing entities to travel thousands of miles without appearing on the surface. The colonization has been accelerating over the past decade, Dr. Warren explained. They're preparing for something big, a coordinated operation that will establish permanent dimensional gateways in major population centers. Once those gateways are opened, they'll be able to bring through unlimited numbers of entities from their dimension. The research facility had been tracking the preparation for this operation, which they called the opening. Based on their analysis, the opening would occur within the next 2 years, timed to coincide with specific astronomical events that would weaken the barriers between dimensions. The entities need human cooperation to establish gateways in populated areas, Dr. Warren continued. They've been infiltrating government agencies, corporations, and other institutions for decades, placing their collaborators in positions where they can facilitate the opening. The Park Service arrangement was just one part of this larger infiltration effort. Similar arrangements existed within the Forest Service, the Bureau of Land Management, and other agencies that controlled access to wilderness areas. But the entities had also established relationships with mining companies, construction corporations, and urban development firms that gave them access to population centers. They're planning to open dimensional gateways in 12 major cities simultaneously, Dr. Warren said, showing me a map marked with red circles. New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Denver, Seattle, Boston, Miami, Atlanta, Phoenix, Philadelphia, and San Francisco. Once those gateways are established, they'll be able to flood the surface world with entities from their dimension. The human collaborators involved in the opening included high-ranking officials in federal agencies, corporate executives, and political leaders who had been recruited through a combination of bribery, blackmail, and ideological conversion. Many of them genuinely believed that cooperation with the entities would benefit humanity, providing access to advanced technology and resources that would solve major global problems. The entities are sophisticated in their recruitment methods, Dr. Warren explained. They identify people who are dissatisfied with human limitations, who want to be part of something greater than themselves. They offer these people enhanced capabilities, extended lifespans, and access to knowledge that exceeds human understanding. The enhanced capabilities were real. The research facility had documented cases of human collaborators who exhibited physical and mental abilities that exceeded normal human limits. Enhanced strength, accelerated healing, expanded sensory perception, and cognitive abilities that approached what the entities possessed naturally. The enhancement process involves genetic modification that gradually transforms human collaborators into hybrid beings, Dr. Warren said. It's irreversible, and it creates a permanent bond between the collaborator and the entity collective. Once someone is enhanced, they can never return to purely human existence. But the facility's research had also revealed weaknesses in the entity network. The dimensional gateways required specific geological conditions to remain stable, and they could be disrupted by targeted electromagnetic interference. The entities themselves were vulnerable to certain frequencies of sound and light that could disorient them or force them to retreat to their dimension. We've developed weapons and defensive systems that can fight the entities effectively, Dr. Warren said, showing me through the facility's armory. But we're vastly outnumbered, and we're fighting an enemy that has been preparing for this conflict for centuries. The armory contained devices that looked like science fiction props, but were actually functional weapons designed to combat dimensional entities. Sonic disruptors that could create sound frequencies that were painful to entities, electromagnetic pulse generators that could collapse dimensional gateways, and protective suits that shielded the wearer from entity influence. The key to stopping the opening is disrupting their human collaboration network, Dr. Warren explained. Without human assistance, the entities can't establish gateways in populated areas. If we can expose their collaborators and break up the arrangements, we can prevent the massive dimensional invasion they're planning. The research facility was part of an international coalition called the Dimensional Defense Network, which included similar facilities in 12 countries. The DDN had been working for decades to monitor entity activity, develop countermeasures, and prepare for the eventual confrontation that would determine the future of human civilization. But we need people with inside knowledge of the collaboration network, Dr. Warren said. People like you, who have seen how the system works and understand how the entities operate. Your experience at Wolf Lake gives you insights that could be crucial to stopping the opening. Over the following months, I worked with DDN researchers to analyze the data I had collected about entity activities at Wolf Lake. My recordings, photographs, and documentation of the underground network provided crucial intelligence about entity capabilities and operational methods. But we also used my experience to plan infiltration operations aimed at gathering intelligence about the opening. The DDN had developed technology that could disguise our agents as enhanced humans, allowing them to infiltrate the collaboration network and gather information about the planned dimensional gateways. I participated in 3 of these operations, using my knowledge of Park Service procedures and entity behavior to access restricted areas and document the preparation for the opening. What we discovered was that the timeline had been accelerated. The opening was now planned for less than 6 months away. They're responding to increased awareness of their activities, Dr. Warren explained after reviewing our intelligence reports. The Columbus Day incident at Wolf Lake, the media coverage, the federal investigation, it's all made them realize that their secrecy is compromised. They're moving to implement the opening before more people learn the truth. The acceleration of their timeline created both opportunities and dangers for the DDN. The entities were more vulnerable because they were rushing their preparations, but they were also more aggressive in eliminating threats to their operations. DDN facilities around the world reported increased attacks by enhanced humans and direct incursions by entities themselves. They know we exist now, Dr. Warren said grimly. They're trying to eliminate our capability to interfere with the opening. We're in the final phase of the conflict, and we may not have enough time to prevent their plan. But our infiltration operations had also revealed the locations where the dimensional gateways would be established. In each of the 12 target cities, the entities had identified specific sites with the geological characteristics necessary to support stable gateways. Construction projects were already underway at these sites, disguised as normal urban development, but actually designed to create the infrastructure needed for dimensional portals. If we can sabotage enough of these sites, we can prevent the opening from occurring on schedule, Dr. Warren explained. But it will require coordinated strikes against heavily defended targets in major cities. We'll be fighting enhanced humans, entity security forces, and probably government agencies that are protecting the construction projects. The DDN began planning Operation Gatekeeper, a coordinated assault on the 12 gateway sites that would occur simultaneously across the United States. Each strike team would consist of DDN operatives equipped with anti-entity weapons and supported by local resistance cells that had been established in each target city. The operation will either save human civilization or get us all killed, Dr. Warren said as we reviewed the final plans. But if we don't try, the opening will succeed and humanity will become a subject species in a world controlled by dimensional entities. My role in Operation Gatekeeper was to lead the strike team targeting the Denver Gateway site, using my knowledge of entity tactics and collaboration networks to neutralize the defenses and destroy the portal infrastructure. The Denver site was particularly important because it was the most advanced of the 12 projects, and its successful completion would provide a backup option if the other gateways were compromised. You understand the entities better than anyone else on our team, Dr. Warren said. Your experience at Wolf Lake, your knowledge of how they think and operate, it gives you the best chance of succeeding at the Denver site. But as we prepared for Operation Gatekeeper, I received information that changed everything we thought we knew about the opening. One of our infiltration agents had discovered that the 12 gateway sites weren't the entity's primary plan. They were a diversion designed to draw attention away from their real objective. The opening wasn't going to occur in major cities. It was going to happen at Wolf Lake. The discovery that Wolf Lake was the real target of the opening forced us to completely revise our understanding of the entity's strategy. The 12 gateway sites in major cities weren't meant to be the primary dimensional portals. They were diversions designed to draw the DDN's resources away from the actual operation. They've been playing us from the beginning, Dr. Warren said as we analyzed the new intelligence. The urban gateway sites are real, but they're secondary objectives. The main dimensional portal is being constructed in the underground network beneath Wolf Lake, in the same chamber where you encountered the entities during your investigation. The chamber I had discovered was actually a natural dimensional weak point, one of the most stable gateways between dimensions that existed anywhere on Earth. The entities had been using Wolf Lake as their primary colony site for over a century, gradually expanding the underground network to accommodate the massive portal that would allow unlimited numbers of entities to enter our dimension. The portal they're building at Wolf Lake is 10 times larger than anything they've attempted before, Dr. Warren explained, showing me satellite imagery that revealed the true scope of the construction. It's designed to remain permanently open, creating a bridge between dimensions that can't be closed once it's activated. The satellite images showed that the underground network beneath Wolf Lake had expanded dramatically since the park was closed to the public. New tunnel systems extended for hundreds of miles in all directions, connecting to underground facilities in neighboring states. The construction projects we had thought were gateway sites in major cities were actually support facilities for the Wolf Lake portal. Once the Wolf Lake portal is opened, they won't need the urban gateways, Dr. Warren continued. They'll be able to move unlimited numbers of entities through the main portal and deploy them to any location on Earth through the underground tunnel network. The timeline for the opening had been moved up again. Intelligence suggested that the Wolf Lake portal would be activated within 3 weeks during a rare astronomical alignment that occurred only once every 847 years. The alignment would create optimal conditions for dimensional travel, allowing the entities to maintain a stable portal indefinitely. This is our last chance to prevent a complete dimensional invasion, Dr. Warren said. If the Wolf Lake portal is activated successfully, human civilization as we know it will end. We'll become a subject species in a world controlled by entities from another dimension. Operation Gatekeeper was redesigned as a focused assault on Wolf Lake, with all of the DDN's resources concentrated on a single objective: destroying the portal before it could be activated. The operation would require infiltrating the underground network, fighting through entity defenses, and sabotaging the portal construction in the 3 weeks before the astronomical alignment. The underground network at Wolf Lake contains over 10,000 entities and an unknown number of enhanced humans, Dr. Warren explained as we planned the operation. We'll be attacking a fortress that's been under construction for decades, defended by forces that have been preparing for this exact scenario. But we also had advantages that the entities didn't expect. My knowledge of the underground layout, combined with intelligence gathered from other DDN operations, had provided detailed maps of the network structure. We knew the locations of key facilities, the positions of defensive systems, and the routes that led to the central portal chamber. More importantly, we have Dr. Simmons' geological surveys, Dr. Warren said. Her radar mapping of the underground chambers revealed structural weaknesses that we can exploit. If we can collapse key support points, we can bring down large sections of the network and prevent the entities from activating the portal. Dr. Margaret Simmons, the geology professor who had first discovered the underground network, had joined the DDN after her research was suppressed by the Park Service. She had spent the past 2 years developing a plan to collapse the Wolf Lake network using targeted explosions at specific geological stress points. The network is built into natural rock formations, but it's been artificially expanded beyond what the geology can support, Dr. Simmons explained. If we detonate charges at 17 specific locations, we can trigger a cascade failure that will collapse the entire underground system. The plan was elegant in its simplicity, but executing it would require infiltrating the network, placing charges at heavily defended locations, and escaping before the collapse occurred. The operation would need to be completed in less than 6 hours, during a narrow window when entity defenses were focused on portal activation procedures. The DDN assembled a strike force of 127 operatives for the Wolf Lake operation, the largest military action in the organization's history. The team included specialists in combat, demolitions, electronics, and dimensional physics, all equipped with the most advanced anti-entity weapons the DDN had developed. This is an all-or-nothing operation, Dr. Warren addressed the assembled team. If we succeed, we save human civilization. If we fail, everyone on Earth becomes subject to entities from another dimension. There's no middle ground, no partial victory. We either win completely or we lose everything. I was assigned to lead the primary infiltration team, responsible for reaching the central portal chamber and sabotaging the activation systems. My team included 12 of the DDN's most experienced operatives, each one trained in anti-entity combat and equipped with specialized weapons designed to function in dimensional anomaly zones. The infiltration began at 3 a.m. on November 15, 2024, exactly 3 days before the astronomical alignment that would enable the opening. We entered the underground network through the same access point I had used during my original investigation, now expanded into a major entrance that led directly to the tunnel system. But the network had changed dramatically since my previous visit. The tunnels were now filled with entity activity as thousands of beings moved equipment and personnel in preparation for the portal activation. The passages were illuminated by the same pale light I had observed before, but now it was bright enough to eliminate the need for artificial lighting. We moved through the network using routes that Dr. Simmons had identified as structurally important but tactically secondary. The entities had concentrated their defenses around the main tunnels and the portal chamber, leaving the support passages relatively unguarded. As we made our way toward the first demolition target, I began to understand the true scale of what the entities had built. The underground network wasn't just a collection of chambers and tunnels. It was a complete underground city with manufacturing facilities, living quarters, research laboratories, and command centers. "They've been preparing for this for decades," whispered Jensen, one of my team members, as we observed a massive manufacturing facility through a ventilation grate. "This isn't just an invasion, it's a complete civilization ready to replace our own." The manufacturing facility was producing equipment that I recognized from my experiences at Wolf Lake. The devices used to control human behavior, the systems used to harvest people from the surface, the weapons used by enhanced humans. But they were also producing things I had never seen before. Technology that seemed designed for managing large populations of humans. We reached the first demolition target at 4:30 a.m., a critical support junction that connected 3 major tunnel systems. The charges Dr. Simmons had designed were small but powerful, shaped to direct the explosive force in ways that would maximize structural damage while minimizing the risk of premature collapse. Jensen and his demolitions team placed the charges while the rest of us maintained security. The process took 20 minutes, during which we could hear entity activity in the nearby tunnels. The sounds were different from what I had heard during my previous visits, more organized, more purposeful, as if the entities were following a specific schedule. As we moved toward the second target, we encountered our first direct resistance. A patrol of enhanced humans discovered our presence and attempted to raise an alarm. The anti-entity weapons performed exactly as designed, using sonic disruptors to disorient the enhanced humans, while electromagnetic pulse devices prevented them from communicating with their handlers. But the encounter confirmed that our presence had been detected. As we moved through the network, we began to see evidence of increased security measures, additional patrols, sealed access points, and monitoring devices that hadn't been present during my previous reconnaissance. "They know we're here," reported Martinez, our communications specialist. "Entity communications are increasing throughout the network. They're implementing security protocols and moving personnel to defensive positions." We reached the second demolition target despite the increased security, but the placement of charges took longer due to the presence of entity guards. 2 of our team members were injured during the firefight that ensued, requiring medical attention that delayed our schedule. As we moved toward the third target, the network's defensive systems activated. Energy barriers appeared across major passages, automated defense systems began firing on any human signatures they detected, and the tunnel lighting changed to a red spectrum that was painful to human eyes, but apparently didn't affect entity vision. "The network is going into lockdown mode," observed Dr. Chen, our dimensional physics specialist. "They're treating this as a direct assault on their primary facility." The lockdown made movement through the network much more difficult, but it also confirmed that we were disrupting their preparation for the opening. The entities were diverting resources from portal activation to deal with our infiltration, potentially creating vulnerabilities that we could exploit. We reached the portal chamber at 7:15 a.m., 90 minutes behind schedule, but still within the operational window for sabotaging the activation systems. The chamber had been expanded since my previous visit, now containing a dimensional portal that was unlike anything I could have imagined. The portal structure was enormous, easily 50 feet in diameter, constructed from materials that seemed to shift and change when observed directly. It was surrounded by control systems that combined entity technology with human engineering, operated by teams of enhanced humans working under the supervision of entities. "The portal is already partially activated," Dr. Chen reported after scanning the structure with his dimensional monitoring equipment. They're maintaining a low-level connection between dimensions, gradually increasing the stability until the astronomical alignment allows for full activation. Through the partial portal, I could see into the entity's dimension, a realm that was similar to Earth, but fundamentally different. The landscape was covered with structures that defied geometric description, inhabited by beings that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. It was beautiful and terrifying at the same time. "We need to place the charges and get out of here," Jensen said urgently. "The portal is drawing energy from the dimensional connection, and that energy is going to interfere with our equipment if we stay too long." But as we prepared to complete our mission, something unexpected happened. The portal's energy output suddenly increased, and I could see movement in the entity's dimension, massive shapes that were approaching the dimensional barrier from the other side. "They're accelerating the activation," Dr. Chen said, his monitoring equipment showing energy levels that were far beyond what we had expected. "The portal is going to open fully within minutes, not days." The astronomical alignment that was supposed to enable the opening was still 3 days away, but the entities had found a way to compensate for the suboptimal conditions. They were using the energy from our intrusion, the disruption we had caused to their network, as a catalyst to force the portal open ahead of schedule. "We have to destroy the portal now," I said, realizing that our carefully planned demolition sequence was no longer viable. "If that portal opens fully, nothing else matters." Jensen began arming the charges we had brought for the portal chamber, while the rest of the team established a defensive perimeter. But the enhanced humans operating the portal systems had realized what we were doing, and they began coordinating with entity security forces to stop us. The final battle for the future of human civilization lasted 17 minutes. Our anti-entity weapons gave us an initial advantage, but the entities had numbers and familiarity with the terrain. As the portal continued to expand, more entities began emerging from their dimension, joining the fight against our small team. Jensen completed the charge placement with seconds to spare, but the portal was now fully active and beginning to stabilize. Through the dimensional gateway, I could see vast numbers of entities preparing to cross into our world, an invasion force that had been waiting decades for this moment. "The charges are armed," Jensen reported. 60 seconds to detonation." We began our retreat from the portal chamber, but the entities had sealed the exits. We were trapped in the chamber with an active dimensional portal and explosive charges that would detonate in less than a minute. That's when Dr. Simmons's geological plan proved its worth. The charges we had placed at structural weak points throughout the network began detonating in sequence, triggered by automated systems that didn't require human activation. The entire underground city began to collapse around us, including the chamber containing the dimensional portal. The portal structure couldn't withstand the geological collapse. As tons of rock fell into the chamber, the dimensional gateway became unstable and began to collapse in on itself. The entities that had been crossing into our dimension were pulled back into their realm, and the connection between dimensions was severed. But the collapse also trapped us in the chamber, buried under hundreds of feet of rock and debris. As the dust settled and the sounds of destruction faded, I realized that we had succeeded in preventing the opening, but at the cost of our own lives. Or so I thought. 3 days later, I woke up in a DDN medical facility, suffering from injuries that should have been fatal. Dr. Warren explained that the collapse of the Wolf Lake network had created a massive sinkhole that was visible from satellite imagery, but that DDN rescue teams had managed to extract survivors from the rubble. "The portal is gone," she said with a mixture of relief and exhaustion. "The dimensional connection has been severed, and the entity's invasion has been prevented. The underground network at Wolf Lake is completely destroyed, and similar networks around the world are being abandoned as the entities retreat to their dimension. The DDN had used the Wolf Lake operation as a catalyst for similar strikes against entity facilities worldwide. With the main portal destroyed and their primary invasion plan defeated, the entities had lost the capability to mount a coordinated assault on human civilization. But the victory came at a terrible cost. 43 DDN operatives had died in the Wolf Lake operation, and similar casualties had occurred at other sites around the world. The entities had also executed their human collaborators, eliminating evidence of the arrangements that had been in place for decades. The immediate threat is over, Dr. Warren said, but the entities are still out there in their dimension and in the remaining underground colonies. They'll try again eventually when they've had time to develop new strategies and rebuild their capabilities. She handed me a file containing reports from DDN facilities around the world. That's why we need people like you to continue the work. People who understand what we're fighting against and why it matters. 6 months have passed since the Wolf Lake operation, and I'm still recovering from the injuries I sustained during the collapse. But I'm also still working with the DDN, helping to monitor entity activity and prepare for future threats. The entities are gone from Wolf Lake, but the scars of their presence remain. The park is still closed to the public, officially due to geological instability caused by underground caves. The true story of what happened there is known only to a small number of people who are committed to ensuring that it never happens again. I still have nightmares about the things I saw in the underground network, about the families who disappeared and the people who were transformed by entity influence. But I also have hope that humanity can learn from this experience and be better prepared for the next threat. Because there will be a next threat. The entities who tried to invade our world were just one species from one dimension. There are others out there, in realms that exist parallel to our own, and some of them may be even more dangerous than the beings we defeated at Wolf Lake. The war for the future of human civilization isn't over. It's just entered a new phase, one that will require constant vigilance and preparation. The DDN continues its work, monitoring dimensional anomalies and developing new defenses against threats that most people can't imagine. And somewhere in the wilderness areas of America, in places where the barriers between dimensions are thin, new colonies may already be establishing themselves. New arrangements may be forming between entities and human collaborators who believe that cooperation with alien intelligence is preferable to independence. The truth about Wolf Lake has been buried again, hidden beneath layers of official secrecy and public denial. But the truth has a way of surfacing eventually, usually when it's too late to prevent disaster. That's why I'm sharing this account, despite the risks involved. People need to know what happened at Wolf Lake, what's happening in wilderness areas across the country, and what might happen in the future if we're not prepared. The entities are watching, waiting for their next opportunity. The only question is whether we'll be ready for them when they come.